the meeting please come to order? This is the City Council regular meeting to be followed a little later by a special joint meeting with the Great Park Board of June 10th, 2025. The time is 4:05 p.m. And at this time, I would like the city clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Carroll is absent. Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agron.
Here. Mr. City Clerk, Mr. Carl Peterson, could you please advise those who may be tuned in by way of TV or Zoom as to how they can participate in today's meeting?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 848-4853-1263. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-900-6833 or 346-248-7799 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We will shortly be convening in closed session. Item 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 are listed as closed session items for this afternoon. I'll turn to our city attorney to identify those items by subject and title, and also to explain what the closed session is about.
Certainly, Mayor. Item 1.1 is a conference with legal counsel concerning anticipated litigation. This would be pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or 3. This is a case of significant exposure to litigation. It's not pending litigation yet. It's just a discussion of facts and circumstances that may give rise to litigation. And there's one case in that category. The second item is a conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation. That's a case that has already been filed. This is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. The case involved is City of Irvine versus Orange County Transportation Authority. That's pending in the Orange County Superior Court as case number 30-2023-0136649. There was a third item that was listed for closed session consideration tonight, but we do not plan at this time of going forward with that closed session.
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn to our city clerk to ask if there are any public comments on this item before we actually recess and convene in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 requests to speak, 1 in person and 3 via Zoom.
All right. Each will be given 3 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very well. Please call on the first individual who wishes to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Doug Elliott.
Uh, Good afternoon, council members and mayor. I'm Doug Elliott, Community Services Commissioner, speaking only for myself. With respect to item 1.2, I'd like to urge the council respectfully to try to end this litigation with the county and allow the construction of the Orange County Maintenance Facility to proceed. I'm a frequent MetroLink rider, and I would ride it more frequently if there were more trains, and especially on weekends. To run more trains, MetroLink needs this maintenance facility. It's my understanding that Irvine's own planning documents designated the site for the facility more than 20 years ago, and an environmental study has been completed and shows that it's not going to result in significant noise, traffic, or pollution impacts from that facility. The Irvine station is adjacent to one of the county's largest job centers. Enhanced MetroLink service will allow more people to take the train and to take the train to work, and it will also allow Irvine residents to use the train more for recreational destinations. So in both respects, it will help to get cars off the streets, which I think we all agree would be a good thing. Irvine needs this maintenance facility, and I urge the council to allow it to go forward without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one other individual who'd like to speak on this item. He is aware that he gets 90 seconds.
All right. Welcome.
Hello there. Hello there, Irvine City Council. I am Siddharth Mehta, a Seal Beach resident. I'm here to speak on this agendized item regarding the lawsuit about OCTA. I would prefer to drop the lawsuit as it took me, so my background is it took me quite a while to get here from Seal Beach as there was a lot of traffic congestion, the fact that there's protests going on around and I still had to weave through all that traffic. And it would be so much easier to get here by train, which takes probably less than 20 minutes than by car. And the fact that I don't even have an electric vehicle rebate anymore due to the federal administration's cut on the electric vehicle rebate, and I drive an electric car. So I'm hoping that this lawsuit can be dropped and that we can improve the Orange County maintenance facility. I believe LA also has a similar transit system, so I would like to see more trains be operated here in Orange County as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor, we have two more in person. If I could call Lisa forward, and Lisa, you have 90 seconds.
Welcome.
Hi there. Just gonna ask a few things, to drop the lawsuit that is built by the build the Orange County maintenance facility, since the Orange County maintenance facility will allow MetroLink to run more frequent service with a better on-time performance. I attend Cal Poly Pomona, and sometimes whenever I don't have access to my car, I have to resort to take the train, and it's quite difficult, especially going back. There is that 3-hour wait period from LA Union Station. I have to wait. I have to either take the train the last train is either at 6:40 or at 9:40. And if I miss the 6:40 train, I have to wait 3 hours, which is quite inefficient. And I feel like this would bring much more better frequency. Students will be able to ride transit much easier to their university, their school. People who go to their workplace, it'll be easier for them to go to their said workplace without increasing traffic congestion. After all, Orange County Transportation Authority will increase highways, and I feel like by having the Orange County Maintenance Facility, we will ensure that more people will ride the train and public transit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Deborah Franza, and Deborah, you have 90 seconds.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. My name is Deborah Franza. I've been living in Irvine for about 5 years. I love public transportation. I don't like driving, although I can drive. And I've found since I've been living here in Irvine that the train is honestly a bit inconsistent. I found that if I do want to take the train, I have to make sure that I'm taking account for a 1 to 3 hour delay. And oftentimes it seems like the issue is maintenance. And so I'd love to see the OCMF lawsuit be dropped because the train system is incredibly important to me and I love riding it. And if we were to have that, it allows me to continue being interested in living in Irvine. And I do love this place. It's safe, it's great. We've got a lot going on and we can reduce traffic if we get the train moving at a better pace. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Brian Yanity. Brian, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I am a Fullerton resident. I live in Orange County. I'm not an Irvine resident, but I'm Vice President South of the Rail Passenger Association of California and Nevada, a 501c3 nonprofit. And I'm speaking on behalf of transit riders and rail riders along the entire Losan corridor and across the entire Southern California region, because this Orange County maintenance facility is important for the whole region, far beyond Irvine. We're talking millions of people here. It will increase equipment productivity by facilitating the reversal of trains mid-route, allowing Metrolink to operate more frequent service along the peak segment of the Orange County line, but that benefits people in LA County, Riverside, San Bernardino counties, as well as San Diego County. And for Irvine, it means much more service to all those places and places within Orange County. And a critical factor requiring a timely decision by the council to drop the lawsuit against OCTA is the 2028 Olympics. This event will mean a huge increase in visitors, but also is an opportunity to showcase Southern California and our transportation system. However, to meet the challenge, Southern California needs to marshal every ounce of transportation capacity it can, and the Orange County Maintenance Facility is a key capacity component for the Orange County line and other lines using Losan. The goal is to create high capacity options to I-5 to avoid Olympic gridlock. Facilitating the construction of OCMF is an opportunity for Irvine to show leadership and position the city as one that continues to invest to avoid future problems. Thank you for this opportunity to address the City Council on this important issue.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Adriana Rizzo. Adriana, you may unmute your mic.
Hi everybody, my name is Adriana Rizzo. I'm here with Californians for Electric Rail. I live in Riverside, and I'll be speaking about the impacts of both, throughout Southern California of item 1.2. I urge the council to drop the lawsuit and move forward with the construction of the Orange County Maintenance Facility. This facility is really critical for more frequent and reliable service. In Orange County and Riverside County in particular. Earlier this year in January 2025, basically all rail service to Riverside was canceled due to fallen power lines on a completely different part of the tracks near Los Angeles. Had the Orange County Maintenance Facility been open, much of that service could have continued. And more generally, this facility is part of Metrolink's Schooler program, which is supposed to bring up service levels to every 30 minutes by 2028. It's really critical that we move forward on this project so we can alleviate traffic and have better air quality for everybody in the region. Particularly speaking as a Riverside resident, a large percentage of people in my community actually work in Orange County and are contributing to the economy despite not being residents. And having improved train service between Riverside and Orange counties, it will be a major contributor to reduced traffic and better air quality for people in both counties, potentially saving Irvine some money, or Orange County some money in the long term if there's less demand on our highways. So I encourage you to move forward with the Orange County Maintenance Facility and support better Metrolink service. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Our next speaker is James. James, you may unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm James from Woodbridge. I often take the Metrolink trains to LA, but I have to plan for it very carefully because the frequencies are sometimes 1 hour apart, sometimes more, and on the weekends, very spot. This rail yard is a key piece that will allow Metrolink to operate trains through this corridor as often as every 15 minutes. Right now, they have a rail maintenance yard in LA and in Oceanside, but to accommodate all the trains going through, they need one in the middle because the current ones are too far apart. This rail yard has been planned and zoned for this location for decades, and it's time to act. The SCORE program is going to deliver huge benefits, make rail much more accessible, is going to increase ridership, and the environmental study has already been completed, and any complaints have been addressed through identified mitigations. It's time to drop the lawsuit and let the rail yard go through so we can have a great train station to complement the TOD that's going to be built around it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jisung Choi. Jisung, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jisung Choi, and I'm a local student at Irvine High School and a proud member of B Team, a youth-led nonprofit focused on community sustainability. Today, I want to highlight a small but important issue: the lack of recycling bins at gas stations throughout Irvine. Every day, recycling items like bottles and cans are being tossed in the trash at gas stations simply because there's no option to recycle. And this directly contradicts our city's sustainability and carbon neutrality goals. Through B Team, I've been working on a project to propose the pilot the installation of clear and well-labeled recycling bins at local gas stations.
Mayor, this item isn't related to any item that is on for closed session consideration.
Okay.
Jisung, you'll have an opportunity under general public comments after 5 p.m. if you'd like.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments at this time. So we will be convening in closed session, and we will be returning at 5 o'clock to begin the balance of the regular council meeting. Would the meeting once more come to order? We are reconvening after having been in closed session. I apologize to those I thought we would be, who are here and been waiting. I thought we would be back by 5 o'clock. Failing to do that, it is now 5:35 p.m. and we are reconvened for the regular meeting, later to be the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board of the Irvine City Council. At this time, I'd like to turn to our city attorney to report as to the status of the closed session and whether there is any reportable action.
Thank you, Mayor. So far, there is no reportable action. There will be no reportable action for item 1.1. The City Council deliberations, time allowing, may continue later this evening for item 1.2. And if they do, we will do a subsequent report out for that.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn to our colleague, Councilmember Kathleen Treseder, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we'd like to ask those who are able to stand or remain standing, if you would, for introduction of our invocation tonight and our guest vocalist. With that, Councilmember Treseder.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Tonight, I'd like to, for our invocation, which comes to us in the form of a musical presentation, I'd like to invite forward Kara Wondercheck. Kara is a student at the Arts and Learning Conservatory. The Arts and Learning Conservatory will present its 4th annual Gospel Voices of OC Juneteenth concert, celebrating African American artistry through music, dance, spoken word, and much more. The concert will be held at Chapman University's Musco Center for the Arts on Sunday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Incidentally, there are flyers here for those who may wish to attend what promises to be a wonderful concert. Those who are interested in more information can pick up a flyer right at the entrance to the council chamber. Kara will perform tonight the national anthem, followed by Lift Every Voice and Sing, which is sometimes referred to as the Black National Anthem. So please remain standing for both. And again, welcome, Kara. Let's give you a round of applause.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling seas. Sing our song full of the hope that the dark past has taught us. Sing our song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march march on till victory is won.
Please be seated. Thank you so much, Cara, and let's take advantage of the fact that you've brought some flyers, maybe pass them around for the Juneteenth concert. Juneteenth being a federally recognized holiday now, and an important one at that, celebrating freedom, not only for African Americans, but for all Americans. With that, we move on now to the next item on the agenda. We, at this point, will be taking public comments for non-agendized items. We have allowed a half hour for this segment of the agenda. Public comments on non-agendized items are for people to speak if they wish to items, once again, not on the published agenda, but items that are within our subject matter jurisdiction. People are free to speak to those items. How many requests do we have tonight, Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 17 requests to speak. 17
requests, 30 minutes. If we were to make these limiting to 90 seconds, that would allow us to conclude within a half hour. I know there's sometimes an impulse, too, for council members to respond to a particular speaker. In thinking about this, I thought any comments anybody might have in response to a speaker, if we were to leave that to all, we've concluded with all of the 17 speakers at that point. If council members wish to offer a minute or two at the most by way of response to anything that may have been said, I'll be happy to recognize them. With that, please call our first speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Kim Coffrin, Jeff Glass, Susie Whitaker, and Alan Meyerson. And we'll start with Susan Sayer.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Sayer. And you'll be limited to 90 seconds, but they're yours now.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name's Susan Sayer, and I'm an Irvine resident. The City Council approved the Irvine Connect expanded routes pending survey outreach to Irvine residents, which show adequate ridership. I'm not recommending telephone and internet surveys as due to the increase in scamming incidents, residents have been warned by the police, my facility. We've had Irvine officers come to our facility and told us, warned us. Banks have warned us, insurance companies have warned us, investments advisors have warned us, and not to answer phones from unknown callers and not to respond to internet solicitation and surveys. And my phone even identifies these callers as potential scam, as does my computer. I believe that the goals of the survey should include all residents, including long-term residents, new residents, immigrant residents, seniors, and disabled residents. They should educate residents to venue locations and the locations of their desired destinations. Inspire ridership by educating residents as to the routes and route venues and allowing residents to interact with staff and each other during the survey process. Determine the desired destinations that are not included on the proposed bus routes, which could be used for route expansion or modification in the future.
We're going to have to stop you there if you don't mind. I know you do mind, but we're going to have to stop you there, all right?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Your comments are always welcome.
Kim?
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kim Cochran. I'm a resident of Irvine. Dear Irvine Council members, I just wanted to address something that's pretty serious that's gone on. Over about 40 companies, LLCs, registered in other cities like Newport Coast, Costa Mesa, Santa Ana, to give you a few. We are currently now been redirected of the flight path over Central Park West, the plazas, and some of the business district. It's very concerning to me because I've been a Central Park West resident for about 12 years. 6 of them have been at my current residence, and it's like the Indy 500. It's that bad above us. All I can tell you is there's no words that can explain. It's almost like that we're under attack every day. It starts at 8:30. It ends at about 11:15 at night. Depending on what level of the floor you're on, my master bedroom, I can have the shower running. I can even dry my hair. I can have the washer dryer going, and I can still hear them. I can wake up to them, and I can wait for them to go to sleep. These type of planes that are flying over are actually student pilots. They're discovery flights. They're leased planes, so it's almost like leasing a car, and they're tours. And what I can tell you is if you take the 8:15 in the morning till about 11:15 at night, and you divide that out with 300 flyovers, literally, I'm not kidding you, it's 2.5 a minute that's coming by. At any given time
Thank
on
you.
the
Your time
Indy
is up.
500, that's it?
90 seconds.
Oh,
But
okay.
let me just say, though, that
I
you're
didn't realize.
you're not alone. We've been hearing
Okay.
from a number of people. What I
Okay.
would ask you to do is please leave your name and information
Okay.
with the clerk. We will be getting back to you and
Okay.
others.
Okay.
We understand the problem.
Okay. And can I submit the letters, the 7 letters? Or
Sure.
whatever? Okay. Okay.
Leave those for the record. Thank you so much.
Susie Winokur.
Welcome.
Hi there. I spoke a couple weeks ago. I've been a resident here for 39 years, and I oppose eliminating the Oak Creek Golf Course. I oppose it because I love it. I think it's a spectacular asset in Irvine. I'm saddened to lose all the beautiful open green space, beautiful trees, everything. Again, the value added by golf, what it brings to families and residents is just, I think it's outstanding, and more of those things that go away, it really frightens me. But, and I'm very, very concerned about the awful traffic at 6,000 plus cars, what it's going to do for pollution, the strain on the infrastructure, everything like that. And so many people are going to be seriously impacted. But 2 weeks ago when I was here, I didn't really get the lay of the land of what's going on. But I think the biggie is at 88.1. And the Honorable Mayor said he was here in 1988. And basically, he thought that open space initiative was more of something that should be was immune to the tampering by other parties, whether it's Irvine Company or whatever. So I think that's going to be very critical. And it just seems like this is such a big thing that it may be too big for the city council, and maybe it needs to go to the people. Maybe it does. And hopefully the Irvine Company is in horse trading with
Thank you.
other
Your time is up.
properties. So thank you.
Thank you. Incidentally, I think there's a meeting on this matter this Saturday.
Are you guys going to be there?
This Saturday morning. I'm going to be in an adjacent meeting. I will be in City Hall that morning. If you want further information about that meeting, our staff is here, of course. Thank you for your comments.
Alan Meyerson, and if I could also call forward Tim Stanley, Siddharth Mehta, Crit, Paula Miller, Frank, and Wing Chow.
Welcome, Mr. Meyerson.
Good evening, council members. Alan Meyerson. The last regular council meeting, 4 of you voted against the cemetery at the Great Park. Councilmember Liu, you stated that it was shovel-ready. I don't know if that's just your opinion. I don't think my opinion is that it's not shovel-ready. You also stated that the people voted for the cemetery at the Great Park only 1 time, not 2 times. Well, when they voted against the land swap at Strawberry Fields, that was the reaffirmation of the cemetery at the Great Park at the original artist site, so they did vote for it 2 times. Councilmember Go, you did spike the football and then acted like you didn't know what you were doing. And I also had a conversation with you at the Great Park celebration. If you remember, you told me you wanted to build anything at the Great Park and you didn't really care what it was. You didn't say except the Veterans Cemetery. So apparently that was not something you told me that was accurate. You're not for building anything at the Great Park. And then I also wanted to just throw in there that I find it interesting that you sit up there right now after only voting 1 time in 9 years before you were sitting there, and now you're sitting there. So I'm wondering what motivated you to run. You didn't seem to care enough for 9 years to vote more than 1 time. Vice Mayor Mai, I read your official statement. A lot of it was just opinion. The thing about $150 million in one-time construction cost with possible ongoing maintenance.
Thank you. Your time is up.
That sounds like something that came out of Don Wagner's mouth. And for Councilmember Treceder, you just lied because you said you were for it, and now you're against it.
Mr. Myerson, your time is
You're just a
elapsed.
liar.
Thank you.
Tim Stanley.
Mayor and council members.
Welcome.
And everyone else who can hear. I'm here to speak about the city's general plan and the future of our city. The Irvine Company used to farm oranges, tomatoes, and asparagus. They planted crops that yielded the highest dollar amount per acre. Since then, they've built houses, apartment complexes, shopping centers, and business parks, and now they farm people. They attract people here who will produce the most cash per acre. So it's natural they would want to make Irvine as densely populated as Los Angeles with people who can pay the freight. In other words, the company used to pack oranges in boxes. Now they pack people, not any people, but those who can bring the highest return on their investment. That is why, in the early 1970s, the city of Irvine developed a general plan to establish guidelines. Unfortunately, the city's general plan has become so fluid and the city so wedded to the company that for all practical purposes, there is no general plan other than whatever the Irvine Company wants at any particular time. The City Council is supposed to represent the current residents, but they knew of the plan to demolish Oak Creek Golf Course and to give up that preserved open space long ago, and like the Irvine
Thank
Company,
you. Your time is up.
Please finish your sentence. Go ahead.
said nothing until just a few days before they signed the memorandum of understanding to supposedly study the proposal.
Thank you for your comment.
Siddharth Mehta.
Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Siddharth Mehta. I'm here to comment on a pulled agendized item 5.5 regarding Orange County Power Authority. So as you know, I'm a Seal Beach resident, and here in Seal Beach, we don't have a community choice energy. What we have is SoCal Edison, and there is no option to opt out of SoCal Edison. At least with Irvine residents do have the option to opt out of Orange County Power Authority if they want to and stick with SoCal Edison. Here in Seal Beach, we don't have that luxury to choose our energy provider. So it would be a mistake for the Irvine City Council to pull out of Orange County Power Authority when the Irvine residents can just do it themselves individually. So I would ask to rescind the letter of withdrawal to Orange County Power Authority. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Crit.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Crit Van Tal. I'm here to speak on behalf of our dog park and the Irvine Dog Parks Association. I have here a letter that's very touching, but it would take too long to read. I don't only have 90 seconds, but it speaks to the unity and the healing that happens at the dog park. It allows people, regardless of their political persuasion, their age, their background, to come together, and if they're regular, you get to know each other through first their dog and their dog name, then you get to know them. This lady here that has sent me this is a very touching thing. This is preceding something that terrible happened to her. Her name is Catherine Rusk, and she is a regular at the dog park, and on Friday she lost her youngest daughter. So it's a community. It's part of Irvine. It brings us together in times when things are tough. Things are tough, and it's time for us to remember that we need to have a community and remember that accusing people of things without actual facts and assuming the worst of whether it be you or anyone is not how we'd want to be treated. And there's a golden rule at play. I think we should all follow it.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Paula Miller.
Welcome.
Hi. Mayor Agrin, council members. I'm Paula Miller, been a ranch resident of Irvine almost 50 years. I am the president of the Ranch Homeowners Association. I've spoken here before, and here I am back again. I'm just one person, but I represent many voices. I'd like to say that I am here to oppose the Oak Creek redevelopment, and our community wants to keep it as green space. There's many reasons to oppose it. You've heard a lot of them. I'm not going to go through a lot, over that. But I'm also going to say that we're also very upset about what's going on in Irvine. We're upset with what's going on with the city council. We think that we vote for something and we think it's taken care of. And that's not what's happening. It's just disgusting. We voted for a cemetery, and that's a very sad story of what happened with that. And we voted the resolution 88-1. And the city council did not do what they needed to do at that time to make it permanent. And now we're back to this. And over the years, like the gentleman before me said, that the city plan has changed and things are being eroded away. And now you guys can correct it. You can go back and make that resolution permanent, like it should have been done in the first place.
Thank you. Your time is
Who
up.
really runs the city? Is it us? Is it you? Or is it the Irvine Company?
Thank you for your comments.
Frank.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Frank Southern. I lived here almost 50 years. And I'm asking you, what's good faith? What's being honest? This is a bait and switch you've pulled, the proposal of the avocado grows for basically the Oak Creek Golf Course. I know there's other properties involved in that, but that's the basic bait and switch. The avocado groves, where are they located? In the view areas of Irvine, not in the central part of Irvine. This golf course was approved, or the open space was approved because of the congestion caused by Irvine Valley College and the new Oak Creek development. It occurred at the same time. And I still don't understand what's going to happen. What's next? Are you going to take away Strawberry Farms, Tanaka Farms? You're going to take away some of the shopping centers here in Irvine? They've already tried to take away the Woodbridge Town Center. And I see you approved the Irvine Marketplace. That doesn't look very good. The jammed in homes or apartments over there for the school district. I worked for the Tustin Unified School District for over 39 years. I worked with Irvine Company. They were very honorable people. But it seems at this time they have changed. You look at that survey and that glossy brochure that they sent out, it was not done in good faith, and it was not done in an honest manner that the residents could look at and say, yes, this is an honest survey.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Wing Chow.
Welcome. Welcome, Wing Chow.
Good evening. My name is Wing Chow. I'll go directly to the point. There are two issues that have been hotly debated recently. One is on the demolition of the golf course at Oak Creek to build a 2,300 unit apartment affordable housing. Decision was made 7-0. So you should honor the decision of City Council. Also, they have to fulfill the requirement by the state of California, had to build so many units, 23,000 units in the next few years. So we have to understand that on any issue, there always one side against it, one side approve it. But we have to evaluate the difference, the value of having a golf course or to provide housing for the needy. Are we people-oriented or environment-oriented? Lately, I've been traveling up north to Lake Tahoe to attend a wedding. And travel south, there are plenty of empty space. You want to play golf? There's one in Temecula. Don't cry over the spilled milk. Try to find a glass of fresh milk. A second issue is about the building the area tram at the Great Park. People say we spend too much money, but I remind you, money spent is not an expense. It can be capitalized according to the financial statement. Number 66, the money spent can be capitalized on the subject and depreciate over the useful life
Your
of the
time
asset.
is up.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Scott Purley.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Scott Purley. I'm a 50-year resident of the city of Irvine. The subject is item 5.4, which I understand has been removed from the agenda, but I make my comment in case it gets revisited. The Office of Inclusive Excellence is, unquote, envisioned to lead Irvine's citywide efforts to build a culture of inclusion and belonging across operations, services, partnerships, and community life, unquote.
Just a moment. I don't think that has been removed, has it?
There's been a request to remove the item. When we get to the order of the agenda, that's when the formal.
All right, since it's going to be removed, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Unquote. Apparently, the city's current culture, whatever that is not satisfactory to Councilmember Franco. There is nothing in that council member's May 30th memo to the city manager that is worthy of support. First, there is no description of a particular problem that would suggest the need for resources. And second, there is no suggestion regarding how to measure the success or failure of any action or what the word excellence might mean. There is absolutely nothing in the memo that would enable anyone to create, quote, an implementation plan, since there is no identifiable or measurable objective. The activities described in the memo and other diversity, equity, and inclusion activities will accomplish nothing of significance without a lot more specificity regarding the problem and the objective.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Therefore,
thank you for your
no
comments.
identifiable benefit for any citizen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Croucher. Mr. Croucher, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. My name is Don Croucher, and I'm with the California Fire Museum Safety Learning Center. I just wanted to thank the council and the Great Park for all the past support they have given for us. But at present, we are trying to raise the funds for our museum building, which we've done for years. But one of the problems we're having is the fact that when something goes out from the Great Park or the city that talks about the Great Park, they leave out the California Fire Museum. And there is a listing there that lists the Flying Leathernecks, Orange County Music and Dance, and Pretend City, and then it says potential future partners, and you have the Asian American Pacific Island Museum. California Fire Museum could be listed there as a potential future partner. We're in the midst of an ENA with the city and the Great Park. And that's all we ask. We're not asking for any money. We're just asking that you list us as a potential partner in the future, so that when we have donors that come and do their due diligence and look at the Great Park on the website, they don't see the Fire Museum listed anywhere. So if we could at least just be listed, it would really help us with our fundraising. And I hear on other comments that people are saying they would like to see more museums and not so much on the sports park. So we're a museum that we'd like to be in the Great Park. LA City has a museum, LA County has a museum.
Thank you. Your time
Long
is
Beach
up.
has a museum.
Thank
San
you.
Diego has a museum.
Thank you, Mr. Croucher, for your comments.
Our next speaker is Sarah Marshall. Sarah, you may unmute your mic.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
My name is Sarah, and I'm a longtime resident here in Irvine, and I am speaking today on behalf of what is going on currently in Santa Ana. I know that a lot of people might think that this is not a related issue, but to me, this is 10 miles away from us. We are Orange County, and whatever effects that's happening in Santa Ana because of these ice raids is affecting us. I think given that Trump has deployed the National Guard and it is currently occupying Santa Ana and 4th Street, this is clear overreach because this was not governor approval. And I think that the city of Irvine needs to stand in solidarity with Santa Ana and understand that people are being profiled. 10% of the population in Irvine is Latino, and it does affect your residents as well. People are living in fear, and I think Irvine needs to stand up and come up with some type of resolution or proposition to show solidarity and make sure that we denounce this type of federal overreach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. Council members, Mayor Agrin, I want to thank the individual that spoke against 5.4. I echo those concerns. With regard to the Oak Creek plan, I want to concur with everybody there that's spoken against it, including and especially the individual in the Hawaiian shirt, the mop, our natural colored Hawaiian shirt, on point. The city, our elected officials keep on giving out to special interests our Irvine company over us and forgetting the history and letting time run to erode voter mandates. And it's enough of that. It's getting old. And then I wanted to report to Chief Kent a hate crime, or actually a hate incident. The South Coast Cultural Center over there on Truman, they issued an article identifying Melinda Liu as Chinese. I don't believe Melinda Liu is Chinese. I believe that if I called Melinda Liu Chinese in a public forum, I would be accused possibly of being a racist by people like Ms. Tresider. But she's not Chinese, and identifying her as Chinese, or having such a well-respected organization here in Irvine identify her as Chinese, is racist. It's a shame that the DEI committee didn't notice that, or the city council didn't notice that. The article was published on April 1st. It's very easy to find. You just Google Irvine, Melinda Liu, Chinese, and you scroll down about three things, and you'll find the article from the South Coast Cultural Center
Thank you. Your time is up.
Association.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Braden Schmidt. Braden, you may unmute your mic.
Hi. I'm a resident of Irvine. I've been here for several years. I'm an alum of UCI, and I just wanted to applaud the City Council for taking up the OC maintenance facility topic again. Personally, I use the train pretty frequently, and it would mean a lot to me as a resident to see the OC maintenance facility built.
Braden, this is the city clerk. We've already discussed this item. It was agendized earlier in the day.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Irvine Matters. You may unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I would like to clear the record regarding something Mr. Melching said at the May 27th meeting. A citizen spoke about Mayor Agrin needing to recuse himself from voting on the proposed veteran cemetery. Mr. Agrin has a PAC through his newspaper, Irvine Community News and Views, PAC number 1399611. Please look it up at the transparency portal of the City of Irvine. The citizen stated, and rightly so, that Mr. Agrin has a conflict of interest. Mr. Melching then said that in 2022, a complaint was found by the FPPC to not be valid. However, what Mr. Melching either intentionally or neglectfully left out is that Mr. Agrin is currently under investigation by the FPPC for a conflict of interest on this precise matter. And this is open and pending and was found valid. It hurts the public trust to make statements like you did, Mr. Melching, that are not transparent and honest. Mr. Melching, I think you need to think about who you are working for, the city or Mr. Agrin. And even now, as we're learning about 5.4 being removed, this is another violation that the city keeps doing, not following the very basic acts of the Brown Act. And maybe the city citizens need to do a bar complaint against our very own attorney. Please be transparent. Stop hiding the truth from the citizens.
Thank you for sharing your views with us.
Our next speaker is Jasung Choi. Jasung, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jisung Choi, and I'm a student here in Irvine and a member of a youth-led nonprofit called B Team, which focuses on environmental sustainability. I would like to briefly acknowledge that I mistakenly addressed this topic during the wrong portion of this meeting, and I now understand that this is the proper time for non-agendized public comments, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. I'm here to propose a community project I've been working on through B Team, installing recycling bins at gas stations throughout Irvine. Right now, many gas stations only have trash bins, which means recyclable items like bottles and cans are being thrown away unnecessarily. The small change can make a meaningful impact in helping Irvine meet its sustainability and carbon neutrality goals. My goal is to collaborate with city staff or local businesses to pilot this project and eventually expand it across more locations. I hope this idea can be considered for a future agenda, and I'd be happy to provide more details or follow up after the meeting. Thank you for your time and commitment to our community.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jane B. Jane, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I wanted to take this opportunity to tell my council member Lou, what a wonderful job I think she's doing in ensuring transparency and keeping her residents apprised of what's going on at the city council meetings. I really appreciate how before the meeting, she goes over important items on the agenda, and after the meeting, she records videos of what has happened so that everyone in her district or anyone who follows her on social media can be aware of what is going on. However, I do have one question, and it also relates to the transparency that I think one of the other speakers talked about. And that is, I've noticed a pattern of emergency meetings happening in this boardroom. And I don't understand why any of the items in the last, I think 4 to 7 emergency meetings have even been emergencies. If for whatever reason staff is not organized or the board needs to meet more often, I think it would increase transparency and allow members of the community to better participate if they stick to the established schedule. So thank you again, Councilmember Liu, for all you're doing. And I'd like to ask the board to see if they can do a little bit more to prevent those emergency meetings and to explain why they have to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jeremy. Jeremy, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, hi there, Jeremy Ficarola. I'm just calling in just to kind of shine a light on something that's probably very obvious to the council, and that's Mike Carroll's absence from tonight's meeting, and just kind of a troubling trend of his absences from meetings, from Great Park Board meetings and City Council meetings. It's understandable that, you know, council members have careers, families, but I think when there's repeated absences over, you know, a short period of time, I think we need to really call it out for what it is. And Mike Carroll simply is just not showing up to do the job that he was elected to do. In particular, let's see, on November 12th, he left City Council meeting at 10 p.m. when it finished at 11. February 11th, he was fully absent from the Great Park Board meeting as well as the City Council meeting. February 25th, fully absent from both meetings. May 2nd, absent from the City Council meeting and Great Park Board meeting. Let's see. May 26th, he was absent from a City Council special meeting, despite attending a 10 a.m. Memorial Day ceremony at Bill Barber Park. And so today, June 10th, absent from both Great Park Board meeting and City Council meeting. So those who voted for Mike Carroll are simply not getting whoever they voted for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, that
How many
puts us
do we
right
have
at 30
left?
minutes. We do have 3 more speakers.
Why don't we finish with those 3, accepting no more, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is DEY. You may unmute your mic.
Agenda item 5.4 is a misguided and out-of-touch proposal that is looking to solve a problem that does not exist in Irvine. Irvine has won numerous awards for its diversity and inclusion efforts without the help of an official DEI office. In 2024, Irvine received a perfect score in the nationwide Municipal Quality Index for 3 straight years. The OC Business Journal recognized Irvine in 2024 for embracing DEI in the workplace. Look at the incredible diversity on this very council. Councilwoman Franco has spoken about her amazing journey from undocumented immigrant to city councilwoman. Incredible. All of this was done without the DEI office. Investing in another bureaucratic department to solve a problem that does not exist is a complete waste of taxpayer dollars. We need to focus on and invest in real Irvine issues such as affordability, homelessness, and traffic. The memo written by Councilwoman Franco is frankly an embarrassment to me as a resident of her district. The memo calls for office inclusion to empower each person to expect equity, support diversity, and practice inclusion for themselves and others, and appreciate the many representations and expressions of diversity throughout the city. What does this even mean? This is a word salad of meaningless phrases and platitudes. It sounds like an updated government version of everything I learned in life I learned in kindergarten. This is not a serious policy. Do better, Councilwoman Franco and City Council. Let's focus on the real issues of Irvine, not meaningless words that don't mean anything. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jason Garshfield. Jason, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. So at the last meeting when people came to speak in opposition to the mayor's proposal for a veteran cemetery at the Great Park, Mayor Agrin called for politeness and said, quote, "Let's just be grown-ups about this, all right?" Mr. Mayor, I wish that you had cared as much a year ago when I and other speakers at these meetings faced far more incivility than anything you faced at the last meeting. Now, I know I've mentioned this once or twice before, but all you need to do for me to stop hassling you about it is for you to admit that you handled the issue poorly, not just for my sake, but for all of your Jewish constituents. Now, I'd like to reiterate my call from last time to allow bars and alcohol serving establishments in Irvine. I understand and respect that drunk driving is a concern, but having places to drink in Irvine might actually work to decrease drunk driving, insofar as people are less likely to drive intoxicated if they face a smaller bill for taking a cab or an Uber. So that's just something for the council to consider. And for what it's worth, I say this as someone who rarely drinks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you for all our public commenters this evening. That concludes public comment on non-agendized items and allows us, therefore, to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the city manager's report. Mr. Chi, do we have a city manager's report this evening?
Mr. Mayor, no city manager's report this evening.
Thank you. That takes us to, forgive me, I said I was going to allow, in response to public comments, if council members wanted to take 1 minute to respond to any particular commenter, that's fine. And if not, that's even better. All right? Councilmember Liu, I'll let you, just 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Oh, I meant to do the announcement. I just put my name in the queue.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
for the next item. Okay.
Oh, but if I get a chance to respond, I did mention that I am of Chinese descent, but, thank you for his concern.
All right. Well, thank you for your response. With that, we will now be able to move on to the balance of the agenda. The city manager having no report to make, that allows us to move to council member announcements or committee reports or council reports. Council member Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have okay, thank you. So for our office in the last week or so, as your Irvine's representative on OC Sanitation, I'm pleased to announce a new program called Resource Innovation for a Sustainable Environment, RICE. This program encompasses various initiatives aimed at enhancing operations in water, energy, solids, and air management, ultimately ensuring a cleaner, more resilient future for our community. You can explore the link to see how OC Sanitation is implementing transformative technologies and initiatives. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to announce that Irvine's current plan to develop the second phase of Cypress Village, a co-development by the Irvine Community Land Trust and the Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation, is underway with financial support from the OC Housing Finance Trust. And the next one, please. June is Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. I recently attended the Alzheimer's Association's kickoff for their fundraiser walk and formed a team to raise money at their October walk at Orange Coast College. I also met with its board members, where I learned about the impact of dementia on Orange County residents and their families, as well as the current legislative priorities aimed at addressing the issue. I personally have been impacted by dementia, so I understand how this is, and we have been working with the city staff on turning the city purple at some point to bring awareness, and I look forward to that. And I invite everyone to join Team Lou at the Walk to End Alzheimer's Orange County chapter on October 4th at Orange Coast College, and please contact our office for details on how to join our team. Next slide, please. On Saturday, June 14th, this Saturday at 8 a.m., our office will be holding a Flag Day event at City Hall in conjunction with the city to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. We encourage everyone who can attend to celebrate our country and the troops who protect us, giving us the freedoms we cherish. Next slide, please. From July 1st to July 13th, the City of Irvine is collaborating with the Irvine 211 Marine Adoption Committee to showcase illuminated flags in tribute to our veterans and active duty service members. Team Lou is proudly sponsoring 2 flags for Valor veterans, one for Bobby McDonald and one for Nick Berdino. We encourage anyone who has the means to sponsor a flag in support of our veteran community, and we're thankful for the Irvine 211 Marine Adoption Committee for the work they do for our Marine 211 Marines and their families. Next one, please. On Saturday, June 28th, our office will host our first older adult resource fair. This event will be free and open to all members of the public. We will be partnering with public agencies and local nonprofits to share a wide range of senior-focused resources, including organizations such as the American Red Cross, OC Healthcare Agency, and SCAN Health Plan, as well as representatives from Congressman Dave Min, State Senator Stephen Choi, and Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie-Norris. Team Lou is committed to empowering older adults with information to enhance quality of life and support aging with dignity and independence. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu, for your report. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. I have 2 quick announcements I would like to share. The first one, I recently received a presidential appointment to the Southern California Association of Governments. President Cindy Allen has appointed me to the Community, Economic, and Human Development Committee. This committee will allow me to serve in a capacity that helps communities across Southern California by studying significant problems, programs, and other matters which pertain to the regional issues of community, economic, and human development. This committee reviews projects, plans, and has oversight of the growth visioning and growth forecasting processes, as well as the regional housing needs assessment, the intergovernmental review effort, and the monitoring and analysis of the regional economy. I'm very thankful for this committee appointment, and I look forward to working with my colleagues and how we can help the community through these tough times. Thank you. And the second one, I want to talk about the recent immigration rates that have deeply impacted the Latino community across Los Angeles and Orange County. Like many, I'm outraged, not only by the tactics used, but by the clear message they sent. These actions are not about removing dangerous criminals. They are targeting hardworking families, people contributing to the backbone of our economy and culture. These are our cooks, construction workers, nannies, and housekeepers. people who deserve dignity and respect, not fear and persecution. As a Mexican immigrant and someone who has once undocumented, I know firsthand the fear of deportation and the trauma of possibly being separated from one's children. That fear never truly leaves you. And today, it is being reignited in our communities, at workplaces, in places of worship, even in our schools. But fear should not silence us. Now, more than ever, we must raise our voices. I encourage our community to come together peacefully and powerfully. Join organized demonstration. Call your congressional representatives, support immigrant rights organizations, or even consider running for office. Change happens when we step into the arena. At the same time, I urge everyone to channel their frustration constructively. We must not resort to destruction or violence. Our local law enforcement officers are often caught in the middle. Many of them are part of immigrant families themselves, and they too might be hurting. Let us not turn against those who might quietly stand with us. Whatever path you choose, whether it's donating, volunteering, organizing, or simply showing up, please do it with courage, compassion, and clarity. Our community is strong, and together we can demand justice and create lasting change. Deseo tocar el tema de las recientes redades migratorias que han afectado profundamente a la comunidad latina en Los Ángeles y el condado de Orange. Como muchos de ustedes, yo también estoy indignada, no solo por las tácticas utilizadas, sino por el mensaje que esta administración nos está enviando. Estas acciones no es para remover criminales peligrosos. De hecho, estas redadas están atacando a familias trabajadoras, personas que forman la columna vertebral de nuestra economía y nuestra cultura. Son nuestros cocineros, trabajadores de construcción, niñeras y trabajadores de servicio doméstico. Todas personas que merecen dignidad y respeto, no miedo ni persecución. Yo, como inmigrante mexicana y que en algún momento también estuve indocumentada, conozco de primera mano el temor de ser deportada y el trauma que genera el solo pensar una posible separación de mis hijos. Ese miedo nunca desaparece por completo y hoy se ha reactivado en nuestras comunidades, en los lugares de trabajo, en las iglesias e incluso en las escuelas. Pero el miedo no debe silenciarnos. Ahora más que nunca debemos alzar nuestras voces, apoyar a nuestra comunidad a unirse pacífica y poderosamente. Participen en manifestaciones organizadas, llamen a sus representantes en el Congreso, apoyen a las organizaciones que luchan por los derechos de los inmigrantes e incluso consideren postularse para un cargo público. El cambio ocurre cuando decidimos ser parte de la solución. Al mismo tiempo, le pido que canalicen su frustración de forma constructiva. No debemos recurrir a la violencia ni a la destrucción. Nuestra policía local muchas veces se encuentra en medio de todo esto y muchos de ellos también forman parte de familias inmigrantes y puede que estén sufriendo como nosotros. No volteemos la espalda a quienes tal vez en silencio nos protegen. Cualquiera que sea el camino que elijan, donar, ofrecer su tiempo, organizarse o simplemente estar protestando, háganlo con valentía, con pasión y con calma. Nuestra comunidad es fuerte y juntos podemos exigir justicia y construir un cambio duradero sin necesidad de recurrir a la violencia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Franco, for your comments. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember William Go.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Some good news over the weekend. Irvine's very own Northwood Orioles Little League won the 2025 District 55 Tournament of Champions, beating Laguna Beach 11-1. We will be formally recognizing the team at a later council meeting. Congratulations to the team, and thanks for making Irvine proud. I would also like to invite you all to our Wildfire Preparedness and Insurance Town Hall. This event is in partnership with Mayor Agron, the Office of California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara, OCFA, and IPD. We will be discussing concerns regarding homeowner insurance, fire preparedness, local emergency response, regional and federal initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. Any others? If not, I have several announcements. The first is regarding the Field of Valor. The annual Field of Valor flag display returns to the Irvine Civic Center lawn July 1st through July 13th. Each sponsored flag is a powerful tribute to a veteran, active duty service member, or someone who gave their life in service to our country. I invite our community to honor our military heroes by sponsoring a flag in honor of a loved one or visiting the flag display. Flags are individually illuminated and personalized with the name of an honoree. Sponsorships are $65, and proceeds benefit the Irvine 211 Marine Adoption Committee, which of course does so much to help Marine families. Flag sponsorship submissions must be received by Friday, June 20th. To sponsor a flag or to learn more about the Field of Valor, visit cityofirvine.org/Field of Valor. Summer in the City events. We're looking forward to another season of free, family-friendly fun with our Summer in the City series featuring movies on the lawn, live concerts, and symphony in the cities. The summer fun begins this Friday, June 13th at Hicks Canyon Community Park with a screening of Harold and the Purple Crayon. Food trucks will arrive at 6 p.m. Movies begin after sunset and are, of course, shown weather permitting. For more information and a full schedule of events, visit cityofirvine.org/summer. Next, the city, in partnership with the Orange County Inland Empire Small Business Development Center, is hosting 2 upcoming events to support small businesses. Join us on Friday, June 27th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at City Hall for the Small Business Capital and Growth Conference. This conference is a comprehensive event designed to equip small business owners with the tools, resources, and the connections needed to grow and fund their businesses. It will feature a resource fair highlighting business support and capital resources, breakout sessions on preparing for growth and accessing funding, lender matchmaking for direct lender connections, and personalized one-on-one consultations to assess financial readiness and explore tailored financing strategies. On Thursday, August 21st, we will be hosting a small business clinic from 5 to 8 p.m. at University Community Center. The Small Business Clinic offers business owners a no-cost opportunity to meet one-on-one with a consultant for a 30-minute session focused on immediate needs related to marketing, operations, or financial assessment. Following the initial meeting, each participant will be paired with a primary consultant for ongoing no-cost support to help grow and expand their business. Visit cityofirvine.org/economic development for more information about each of these opportunities, as well as to register and to sign up for regular updates. And finally, I want to report about the big city mayors. Irvine is considered one of California's big cities. I want to report on the big city mayor's Sacramento advocacy trip. Along with my colleagues, Vice Mayor Mai and Councilmember Martinez Franco, I joined California's big city mayors in Sacramento after the release of the May Revise on the budget. That was May 20th to 21st. We called on our state leaders to protect the homelessness, housing assistance, and prevention funding for local governments in this year's state budget. That funding is essential to our programs to overcome homelessness and housing and provide housing assistance right here in the city of Irvine. Last week, I spoke during a virtual press conference with this coalition to emphasize our message. The legislature released their budget framework yesterday, which proposes the restoration of this HHAP, Homelessness and Housing Assistance Funding, Round 7, but only at half the requested amount. We continue to urge state leaders to commit to ongoing HHAP Round 7 funding. And for people who want to help us in this regard, please contact our local legislators, Assemblymember Kari Petrie Norris and State Senator Stephen Choi. These funds are absolutely critical resources for cities to make progress, as we have here in Irvine, on homelessness. In Irvine, several of our Irvine Cares initiatives in the Health and Wellness Division rely on continued funding to keep up our innovative instant affordability programs and other programs as well. Statewide HHAP funds have helped house more than 152,000 people over the life of the program. We will continue the city's legislative advocacy to protect the progress we are making. Please help us out on this. Thank you. With that, we've concluded announcements and reports. So at this time, we would like to turn to something I skipped over, which was additions and deletions to the agenda tonight. Mr. City Manager, could you provide clarification on the balance of the agenda?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The only addition, deletion to the agenda that's being requested is the removal of item 5.4. That removal is being requested by both the staff in consultation with Councilmember Martinez Franco. The item will be reconsidered, reproduced, and then brought back likely at a future meeting. But for tonight, we'd like to remove it. Outside of that, the balance of the agenda is as was published in the noticed meeting agenda.
All right, excellent, thank you. That takes us then to the consent calendar. That's item 2 on the agenda. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the city manager to be routine and will be enacted by one roll call vote. There'll be no discussion of these items unless members of the city council request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate consideration, for separate discussion. Do we have any individuals who requested to be heard under this item, Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No request from the public. That being the case, at this point, a motion would be in order to adopt the consent calendar, items 2.1 to 2.4 tonight. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Who was first here?
Doesn't matter.
Is it Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mai?
Then I'll second.
And offered a motion to adopt the consent calendar, seconded by Councilmember Liu. Excuse me. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agrin.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to do something that sounds a little bit confusing, but you have to trust us. We're now going to be convening to the special joint meeting. That is our regular council meeting, plus our meeting with and as the Great Park Board. We do that so that we can consider budget items that apply to both the Great Park and to the city at large. So with that, we're convening to the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board. Would the clerk please call the roll for this meeting?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Here.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes. Here.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Here.
Mayor Director Agron.
Here.
And the record will reflect that Councilmember Chairman Carroll is absent.
Thank you. Having called the roll on this special joint meeting, we will begin with public hearings. Item 3 on the council agenda, 3.1. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
Fiscal year 2025 to 27 biennial budget.
This is an important item tonight, of course. Annually, we adopt a budget. Biannually, we adopt a budget, but we revisit our budget once a year. And with that, since this is a public hearing, I'll call the public hearing to order at this moment, declaring the time to be 6:45. With that, I'll ask that anybody who wishes to speak to this item, particularly those at home, make sure that you raise your hand electronically so that you might enter the speaker queue. By the way, do we have any requests to be heard?
We do, Mayor. We have 3 requests in person.
3 in person, and we'll wait on those that might come in electronically. That being the case, I want to turn to our city staff at this point, the city manager, as well as our financial and budgetary staff. Please introduce yourselves and speak to this item if you would.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dale Bullasan, Director of Administrative Services. Here with me tonight as well is Jonathan Nee, Deputy Director of Administrative Services. We're going to go through the slides. Jonathan will be presenting tonight. But before we do start, I just wanted to say thank you for all those that are involved. Definitely a heavy lift, 500 pages. In the budget book. Just wanted to give a shout out to the budget team, and I know there's a lot of folks in all the different departments that really collaborated the last 9 months to present this before you tonight. So I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Well, we thank you. And Jonathan, please introduce yourself. If you would tilt your screen a little more so we can see a little more of you, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is John Denis, Deputy Director of Admin Services. All right, and the item before you tonight is the fiscal year 2025-27 budget. For the budget process, the city develops a 2-year budget in the context of a 5-year financial plan. This creates a long-term fiscal stability while also allowing flexibility through a mid-cycle review. In addition, the Finance Commission and City Council are given quarterly budget updates. And after each fiscal year close, a year-end report is also provided to Finance Commission and City Council. The creation of the 2-year budget starts all the way back in October and goes all the way to June. It begins with internal reviews, consulting with subject matter experts, and collecting community feedback. Then the budget goes through each department and the process of balancing revenues and expenditures. In May, the budget is presented to 5 separate commissions, and in June, the budget is presented to the City Council for budget adoption. The city conducts a proactive budget outreach effort as it is important to get updated community input. In October, the city launched a budget survey that received 439 responses. One of the key takeaways from the community were to continue to prioritize public safety. The survey also showed that the majority of responders believe Irvine continues to have high quality life and city services. In March, the city also hosted an in-person community budget meeting at City Hall, which was an opportunity for the community to hear about the budget firsthand and provide face-to-face feedback. Although there have been recent economic volatility, Irvine's prudent long-term financial planning and local growth trends have helped create financial stability for the city. The good news is that the fiscal year 2025-27 general fund budget is balanced, while also being able to enhance and maintain city services and programs. The city does take a conservative approach when building the budgets, as we stay mindful of possible upcoming challenges, such as the market instability, global trade negotiations, and increasing costs. The city's top three revenues are property tax, sales tax, and hotel tax, which make up about 77% of the general fund. We are expecting slower growth in several ongoing revenues due to the economy. However, the city was able to identify new revenue opportunities to balance the increasing costs. Revenues are monitored closely, especially with the changes from the external factors, and staff returns regularly to Finance Commission and City Council with budget updates. Property tax is the city's largest revenue source, putting the city in a strong financial position as property tax revenues is very stable. In times of economic downturns, property tax revenue still slightly grows. Irvine's assessed valuation from Orange County Assessor is at $113 billion, the highest in the county. The housing market in Irvine is very strong, leading to higher overall sales and market value. The city has obtained additional revenue through the dissolution of the successor agency, which allows for more revenue to flow through to the city. Sales tax is highly volatile to external factors, as the city has experienced before through the COVID-19 pandemic and previous economic slowdowns. Recent federal policy changes, tariffs, and the economy have affected consumer spending habits. However, Irvine's local economy is doing better than other areas, as Irvine is comprised of diverse industries. The city anticipates sales tax revenue for fiscal year 2025-26 to remain relatively flat, but expected to grow the following year. Hotel tax is only about 7% of the general fund revenues, but it is the city's third highest revenue generator, with 23 hotels located in Irvine. Hotel revenues are highly dependent on the nature of travel and visitation, which has shifted in Irvine from business to leisure travel and sporting events. Although hotel occupancy levels have not fully recovered from the pandemic, revenues have been supplemented by higher hotel rates. Within the hotel tax revenues are funds associated with the Hotel Improvement District, which includes about $800,000 of revenues to the city. The city manages its general fund expenses to improve and maintain Irvine's high-quality services and programs. The Irvine community continuously emphasizes its priority on safety, infrastructure, and community programs, which is shown on this chart. For the general fund, 44% is dedicated to public safety, 21% to public works and sustainability, 15% to community and library services, 6% to community development, and the remaining for the support departments needed to operate the city. We continue to experience rising expenditures. However, thanks to the city's strong sense of fiscal responsibility, we are able to produce a balanced budget. The lighting, landscape, and park maintenance, otherwise known as LLPM, is included in the budget, supported by the majority of voters, and will be presented later separately in tonight's meeting. Salary and benefits represents the essential and critical services of the city and is 66% of the general fund total expenditures. This indicates the city is in a strong financial position, as an industry best practice for salaries and benefits is to stay below 75% to allow for operational and fiscal flexibility. The proposed salaries and benefits also includes the latest MOU agreement terms with the labor unions. The city is also improving services and programs through the addition of 11 general fund positions and 18 special fund positions. For the general fund positions, public safety is proposing to add 5 full-time positions. These positions will improve mental health, homeless outreach operations, safety needs in schools, communication, and dispatch. This also includes support staff to manage increased volumes of records and digital evidence, proactive enforcement, and the neighborhood permit program. Additionally, part-time budget is also being allocated to public safety, as well as upgrading a vacant position to a lieutenant to address organizational growth and improve Irvine safety. Other general fund positions include community services positions to oversee and operate the trips and new volunteer driver programs, city clerk positions to support the expansion of the city council and Great Park Board, as well as staffing for the city's upcoming passport services. And lastly, an HR position for employee relations to support the new public library system and overall growth of the city. The special fund positions will support critical services throughout the city, such as supporting the development of the Great Park, housing and social services, inspections, the capital improvement program, support for facility services, and improvements to the city's communication and Irvine community television services, otherwise known as the ICTV. The city is also transitioning IT infrastructure and cybersecurity services in-house, which will actually increase the quality of services while also reducing city costs. Contract services increased primarily due to a consolidation effort to improve fund management and operations. This effort centralized approximately $9 million of operations that were already funded by the general fund, providing a net zero total change to the general fund bottom line. This includes programs such as the school support, civic center maintenance, and mail and duplicating, which will all continue to be administered in the general fund. The remaining changes to contract services were from increasing costs across many industries, mainly due to contract labor and materials. The city's contingency reserve provides emergency resources in times of economic downturns or decreases in revenue. The city council has set a policy to maintain reserves at least 20% of total expenditures, which includes a 5% ready reserve for immediate financial relief. The projected balance of the reserve is $66.2 million, which is 22.2% reserve level. As the general fund expenditures increase, the reserve level percentage actually decreases. Replenishing reserve levels are brought forth to Finance Commission and City Council for consideration during the year-end report each fall. To align growth of Irvine with the new general plan update, the city, along with third-party consultant Wilden Financial Services, completed a new development impact fee study. The goal is to ensure new development mitigates its share of impacts to Irvine's infrastructure to maintain existing quality of life and service levels. Establishing the new development impact fees will help fund building and improving public facilities, streets, and purchases related to providing essential services. The city currently has various existing development-related fees across Irvine, such as the North Irvine Transportation Mitigation, System Development Charge, and the Irvine Business Complex, otherwise known as the IBC. To simplify the overall structure, the city is proposing to phase in the new development impact fees by initially applying it to all development only in Focus Area 1, which is a greater IBC area as identified in the general plan. This will replace the current IBC fees at a lower rate and take into account the expanded number of new units that have been authorized under the new general plan. Changes to the development impact fees and focus areas will be presented in the future to Finance Commission and City Council. Included in the proposed budget are cost of services updates. In January of 2025, the City Council directed staff to develop a business license exemption program that supports small businesses. Through the budget, the city conducted a cost study to update the business license fees, implementing the exemption for businesses with 9 employees or less. However, the Finance Commission recommended that this exemption be further examined. Also included in an update to the city's deposit is an update to the city's deposit for appeals for decisions made by City Council or Planning Commission. This adjustment is only update the upfront deposit amount and not the rate, to more accurately represent the minimal amount of time required to help process these cases. For the city's capital improvement program, otherwise known as the CIP, the proposed budget is recommending to add $149 million to 55 capital projects over the next 2 years. The CIP improves and maintains the city's infrastructure for all of its roadways, traffic signals, curbs and gutters, sidewalks, parks, aquatic centers, community centers, senior centers, and various special facilities. The CIP is primarily funded by restricted funding sources, such as dedicated transportation funds from gas tax, Measure M2 fair share, and road maintenance and rehab account. Development impact fees from service development charges, park and lieu fees, IBC, and North Irvine transportation mitigation, as well as other funding sources such as the Great Park Department of Finance settlement and various grants. To name a few key facility projects, the CIPs include improvements to the Fieldhouse Gym, expansion of the William Willett Jr. Aquatic Center, improvements to Central Bark Park, playground equipment, and the city's new public libraries, demolition of the AAA facility at Gateway, EV infrastructure for the city's growing EV fleet, and expansion of the Civic Center secured parking lot for public safety and City Council. A few key streets and mobility projects include the annual slurry seal and street rehabilitation project, which keeps Irvine's roads one of the best in the state. Pavement work on Jamboree, MacArthur, and improvements to Campus Drive. Additional bus stops for the Irvine Connect program and expansion study. Annual installation of Class 4 bikeways citywide and protected bikeways on Yale. And, of course, traffic improvements with the Sand Canyon Avenue signal synchronization and traffic signal installations. Landscape and turf projects include the annual citywide tree replacement program, urban forest and tree planting, sodding for athletic fields, improvements to Hicks Canyon Wash, and park irrigation. In addition to the developments of the Great Park, other Great Park projects include shade structures, Great Park Library, and improving food and beverage services at the Lower Bosque and Baseball Annex Building. The Fiscal Transparency Act requires the city to also adopt the Great Park budget annually. Operations at the Great Park include the operating, maintenance, and programming at the sports complex facilities, trails, and activities. Revenues to fund the operations are derived from the activities and facilities within the park and the maintenance funding from the CFD assessment. The Great Park budget will continue to fluctuate and grow as the park is developed. Lastly, the city is continuing its school support of $13 million. $4 million of direct funding for the Education Partnership and Challenge Match grant programs, and $9 million of indirect funding through public safety and community services staffing, programs, and facilities. Each section of the budget has been reviewed and approved by the Irvine Advisory Commission for Older Adults, Transportation Commission, Community Services Commission, Planning Commission, and the overall budget by the Finance Commission. In addition, the Finance Commission did recommend removing the proposed business license exemption for small businesses or to establish a possible reduction of the fee rather than a full exemption. The recommended actions before you are to approve the fiscal year 2025-27 budget through recommended actions 2 through 11. That concludes my presentation, and staff is happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. At this time, I think we could take a couple of quick comments from council members if they wish before turning to public comment. Let me just begin, if we might, by just saying what a terrific job of financial management you and our entire city management team has been doing. I look at this budget, it not only reflects our values, it reflects a great deal of success, while other cities are under real financial pressure and budgetary pressure at this time. We seem to be doing really quite well. As you know from discussions that we have had, I've been concerned about whether we have enough resources in place and in the proper places so that if there is an economic downturn, as I and others fully expect, we are ready for it. We're recession ready. This was the big challenge that we had in 2008, 2009, 2010. We did get ready for what turned out to be characterized as the Great Recession. I don't think we're looking at that in the next year or two, but a downturn very likely. And would you just respond to that for a moment? Do you feel confident that we've got all the resources and the reserves in the right places to see to it that we can absolutely sustain this very affirmative trajectory for the city, notwithstanding an economic downturn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for the question. I think we are very confident that we've taken a very conservative approach with the revenues in consultation with experts. We also do have, as Jonathan mentioned, a reserve that is adequately funded over the required policy of 20%. We're at 22%. The Government Finance Officers Association has a general recommendation of having 2 months, which is representative of 16.7%. So we are funded over that. We also do have other funding sources that could really help us to weather storms. And in the past, we've been able to, as an organization, due to sound financial management, even get through times like COVID.
Thank you. Having had my brief comment and your response, I'll turn to my colleagues. Any questions or comments, or would you just like to go hear from the public now? I see no requests to be heard. Did you wish? No, all right. Very well. Let's move on then to public comment. How many people are requesting to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 requests, all in person.
Excellent. Well, let's call on those individuals, have them come down and have their 3 minutes or even a little more if necessary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Alan Meyerson, Jay Bruce, and Don Geller. And we'll start with Alan Meyerson.
Welcome, Mr. Meyerson.
Thank you, Mayor. Alan Meyerson, council members, good to see you. I've been here 40 years, and I just wanted to compliment the financial guys, especially Jonathan's presentation was very clear. I'm amazed at the city's ability to manage their money. The whole time I've been here, no matter who has sat on the council, the city's always pretty much been in good financial shape. And especially during the 2008 Great Recession, we came through it pretty good. It's pretty amazing, a city of this size, that I'm not sure what methods the city's using to manage the money, but they're doing a great job. You might not know that hearing all the complaints from so many people on so many different things, but then you see a report like that and you go, I'm not moving anywhere else. This is the place to be. We're in good shape, and I want to just compliment everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Myers, before you leave, your standing there reminds me, I know you're very involved with the senior center. Do we have in the CIP budget improvements to the Lakeview Senior Center?
There is an existing CIP to the Lakeview Senior Center.
And
yes.
what is the size of that, and what's it for?
It is for all general improvements. As for the size of the remaining balance, sorry, 1 second, please.
No problem. That's a heavily used senior center. We're very proud of all the programming that goes on there. But the city manager and I visited it a while back, and it definitely could use some renewed capital investment and expansion.
There's approximately $700,000 left in that CIP.
And will that be applied to expansion or just some necessary maintenance?
Rehab, yeah, so.
Rehab.
Yeah.
I think we're going to want to be looking at some expansion as well in the future, but I just wanted to ask that question with you testifying. Thank you.
Jay Bruce.
Welcome, Mr. Bruce.
I just kind of wanted to echo Mr. Meyerson's comments. I think this is a very comprehensive and very balanced report, really goes over everything. I just had one little concern about the development impact fees. You'll see on the Wilden report on page 17, there's that list of proposed transportation projects, and they use that to calculate, what the cost will be looking forward, and they use that to calculate the cost of the development impact fees for the new developments. And I noticed there's $22.5 million in that list that's allocated for the Swift Cities program, of course. I don't think that's short-sighted or anything. I think that's a pretty good idea, given that we've already gone into contracts and deals with Swift Cities. It's good to look into a funding source. But I think just given the fact that there's so much, some backlash to Swift Cities, and to be frank, I'm not convinced that it's actually going to work out, even with $75 million. I think it's maybe wise to look into I saw this in use of fees revenues. We can use these funds for different projects as long as they're in the same category. So I think it's useful to just keep in mind as a council that this $22.5 million we could use for different categories if it becomes necessary. I don't know if that involves maybe renaming this item list to just Great Park Transportation instead of specifically Swift Cities, or just keeping that in mind as a council, that we have the $22.5 million coming from development impact fees. But I think we should just keep that in mind. And I hope it's not I'm pretty sure it's not, but I just want to hope that it's not exclusive for Swift Cities. That's just my only concern. But thank you.
Thank you. Let's just take a moment. Obviously, we have the discretion to deploy those funds for whatever transportation system we agree to. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor. We have the ability to do that. It's just more of a placeholder. As we're developing the development impact fees, we do have to plan out future projects. Definitely, that can change at any time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
Don Geller.
Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Geller.
Well, good evening, Mayor Agrin and Vice Mayor Mai, council members. Don Geller, I'm the chair of the Finance Commission. First, I would like to thank Director Dale Bullison, Deputy Director Nee, their department staff, City Manager Chi, and all the department heads, a lot of them behind me right now, for all their hard work and input to help put together this tremendous budget, 540-page thick budget. I'd also like to thank my commission colleagues who spent close to 3 hours in our last commission meeting going through the budget in detail, and some of the department heads behind me remember that. We are lucky to have such dedicated people serving our city. I really mean that. And it helps tremendously when approving a $300 million budget that we have stable sources of revenue that are able to pay for all of our staffing and operations, including public safety that is second to none, and provides for so many of our capital improvement projects, and all of this while maintaining a healthy reserve balance. Let's not forget any of this. There was one item that Jonathan referred to that the Finance Commission made as a recommendation for the council, and that appears as action item number 8 under agenda item 3.1. And this stems from just a little history on in January of this year, the City Council directed staff to consider waiving business license fees for new businesses with less than 10 employees. At the time, the council also asked for Finance Commission consideration and how that would affect the budget. Staff's report shows an analysis that this would reduce the estimated revenue from business license fees from $1.5 million to $1.3 million and create an estimated net loss revenue of $220,000. The Finance Commission voted to not recommend this adjustment for the following reasons. And if I can have just an extra 30 seconds to complete my...
Yes, please.
Okay,
Take your time. Take your time.
The reasons were the $220,000 are significant and can actually pay for 2 or more staff people in community development, or help defray the cost of the minimum wage increase that the council just approved. The analysis shows that because of this action, business license fees for those businesses of more than 10 would actually increase by 50% to help pay for that. And finally, this $68 annual business license fee, is not excessive. And in fact, when I asked staff if there have been any complaints about this fee, I was told that there were none. So the Finance Commission recommends that you approve the budget, except that the business license fees continue at the same level as before, and to not waive the first-year fees to avoid this $250,000 loss. Thank you so much, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, and you might want to be on standby in case there are any questions posed to you, all right?
Certainly.
Thank you, incidentally, for your service as chair of the Finance Commission, and likewise to your colleagues. That's important. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
All right, that concludes the public comment then. I think we could actually close the public hearing at this point and then take comments from the dais here. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
It was seconded by Councilmember Mai. Who moved it? Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll on closing the public hearing?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agrin.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
So with the public hearing now closed, a motion to adopt staff recommendations and so forth could be in order, but we're going to defer that for the moment. Take comments. Mr. Melching, do you have, the city clerk gave you a look like I had messed up here. No?
You're doing great.
Thank you. I needed that. Thank you. All right. With the public hearing closed, rather than introducing a motion at this time, which I know a number of us are prepared to do, I think comments from my colleagues would be in order. I see there are two requests. Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Liu, and I see that Councilmember Martinez Franco would be third. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really have any comments on the budget, but I just want to make sure that I understand the meeting protocol, okay? So I heard the mayor mention during the non-agenda items that he would not like us to be responding to the speakers immediately and would instead give us time at the end of all the speakers, which I think is fine. And but then it looks like maybe that didn't happen here. Each of the three speakers got responses right as they were speaking, and in one case there were kind of extensive comments during that speaker's time. And I guess the question that I have is if one person is responding to the speakers while they're still up there, does that mean that the other council members also get a chance to respond to them while they're up there, and then do they get extra time? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the general protocol is. Thank you.
Let me just respond to that. The answer to your question is yes. What I'd like to do is give people ample opportunity to present their comments as citizens, and to the extent that interacting with them on a business item would be helpful, that's fine. What I was trying to do, as you might imagine, with the non-agendized public comment, when people come up here and sometimes hurl insults and say crazy things and so forth that we're all tempted to respond to. There was a time in the past when people would go back and forth, and we'd be endlessly engaging. But on a public item like this, certainly if you have a question you'd like to put to somebody who's testifying, I certainly would recognize that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do want to point out that a couple of the speakers during just the non-agenda items, the mayor did respond immediately to them. So I'm not clear about that. But also, so if we do want to respond to a speaker, first, how do we be recognized during that time? And second, if the time goes over their 3 minutes or whatever they're allowed, does that mean that the other speakers get extra time so that it's equivalent? Or I just want to understand the protocol. Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand your question, but I'm happy to recognize you. Just say, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
might I say something at this time? And I would try to accommodate that. You know, I try to give everybody an opportunity to be heard without creating a total circus here. And should you wish to say something in response on a business item, absolutely. I try to create a little bit of a town hall environment here, which was the way cities and towns in the early days conducted their meetings very successfully. So happy to respond to any suggestions you have.
No, if that is your intent, I obviously have nothing to say about that because you're the chair of the meeting and you get to decide that. I just need to understand, like, what if somebody is up there and one person responds? I just want to make sure that we all have an opportunity to respond. And then also, if we are doing that and then we end up talking 10, 15 minutes with that one speaker, how do we make sure that it's fair for all the speakers to have an equivalent amount of time?
Well, if there might be a little bit of give and take with a given speaker, presumably to help advance our thinking on something, that doesn't mean there'll be 10 or 15 minutes with every speaker following.
Okay, but what if that does happen? What would we do?
I think we'll deal with that problem when we get to it. I just want to conduct meetings in a way that allows people to be heard. To be fair to all. If somehow you or others think I'm being unfair to one or more speakers, feel free to say so, and we'll go from there. All right?
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
You can have more time if you wish.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think this might be worth discussing because if, for instance, the mayor only responds to certain speakers but not others, it does give the impression that some speakers have a bit of an advantage over others. And I'm just looking for some consistency and equity, that's all.
Well, let me speak to that for a moment in my own defense. If somebody comes up here and they've got a problem, and I see our staff is right here, and I can connect them to the city staff to discuss that problem or resolve it, of course I'm going to do so. The idea here is to facilitate not only the published agenda, but items of concern that people have. We want to facilitate the resolution of those problems and issues as well. And if that means I take 30 seconds to guide a speaker to one of our staff members, I'll defend that anytime.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I appreciate the city staff's hard work in preparing this balanced budget, which you carefully consider current capital improvement projects and maintain the current level of service to give us the same quality of life. So thank you so much for that. I just have a few comments. I guess the first one is, I know that in the last budget cycle, we also had the same issue about hotel occupancy. I'm hoping that we can, as council and city staff, can work on improving that. We do have a lot of assets in the city to increase that, and I'm really hoping that we can do something more. I know that's not part of the budget discussion, but I'm hoping that we can bring in more revenue based on that and leverage any other city facilities for that purpose. And another question is, I saw in the business development part, I know that during COVID we have specific assistance for smaller ethnic chambers, and we've been approaching, and I'm hoping that that is something we can also look into to help them develop, and not so much fund it, but help them develop so they can sustain themselves in the long term. I know that is a short-term thing, but this is something that we can look into just to develop more business in the city to increase revenue. And thank you for Finance Commission. I know how much work that was. Thank you for the advice on the business license. And I was wondering, and those are solid reasons for rejecting the proposal, but I was wondering if there is any consideration maybe to do a sliding scale in some ways, and maybe that's something we can explore later on, just because sometimes maybe it is harder for certain people to come up with the capital to start a business that they need employees. And so, and I'm glad that this is all working out. So thank you so much for doing this. I want to echo the same sentiment about how we've been in great financial shape because we have great staff looking out for us. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Hi, thank you so much for all the work that you do, and I want to thank you, the commission, as well, for all the time that you put into getting all this together with the staff. I want to kind of repeat what Councilmember Liu said about the scaling fee. As one that has a business, I think it's very important to have at least a reduced fee for people who work from home. I think those people kind of struggle and have been struggling since COVID-19 still into getting their business out of the house. They have like baking from home. I do PR from my house. So these kind of businesses have just one person, two people, maybe in their family members. So I think just looking at those kind of business will help a lot, and maybe incentivizing this business to apply for the business license and to have some sort of directory where they can network among each other might be another way to incentivize these businesses in order to get the city license, because you don't have any incentive to get a city license other than just to say, hey, I have a city license if you don't do business in the city. But what I mean, like, you don't do any business in the city, but you work from home. So you don't have any incentive to get a license, right? So I would recommend just to kind of give them an incentive, even if they don't do a business with the city or in the city, but they work from home, just giving kind of an incentive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Franco. Councilmember Go, then Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for this opportunity, a well thought out plan. I just have a question to confirm the transportation projects within the Great Park itself. That's funded through the CFDs, correct?
That is correct. So the actual framework plan, which includes the transportation system, is budgeted separately from what you see here in the 500-page document. There is still some improvements that are part of this budget that's for the Great Park, but for the most part, that's going to be considered as part of the CFD and as a different work plan.
Yeah, thanks for confirming that. I just want to point out then that when we do make comparisons of a particular project within the CFDs and the Great Park, that we have a frame of reference that we cannot move these funds outside of the Great Park. So I think that's part of the misconception on some of these projects, whether it's SWIFT or a bus, or when people are saying there's better options. I don't disagree, but it doesn't apply. And I just want to remind my council member colleagues that let's keep that always upfront. Whenever there is a project specifically for CFDs, let us evaluate only for the Great Parks, and we don't compare apples to oranges. So I just want to make that point.
Thank you, Councilmember Go, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Mai.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. We have a wonderful city with a balanced budget, a great budget, healthy budget. As previous speakers said, wouldn't want to live anywhere else than Irvine right here. So congratulations to your entire staff for putting this together. I had two questions for you. Well, one question was, previously here on council, we approved the minimum wage increase for contractors. Was that taken into consideration on this budget as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay, how big of an impact was that also? Do we have that number?
We estimated that the overall cost impact was somewhere around $300,000 when applying an assumed rate as we work through the fiscal year and we get the actual policies implemented. We'll come back to council if that initial analysis was incorrect.
Great, thank you. The second thing I wanted to talk about was business licenses. It's unfortunately, the Finance Commission
decided not to move forward, but it really just showed on here, I read that it was up for discussion. So I'd like to thank my council colleagues also for mentioning that there are alternatives for the business license. And you know, I'm trying to be proactive in supporting our small businesses, one-person businesses, or 10 or less, and I will consistently do that to do whatever I can to help small businesses within the city. So hopefully we can have more discussions about that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. I just want to comment on the small business licenses. I believe that the council voted to waive them under certain circumstances. So it makes a lot of sense that that was included in the budget. If folks want to re-examine that, we can always bring it forward again for a council vote, but we did vote for it, so it makes sense to be in the budget. Thank you.
I see no other requests. Let me take this opportunity to maybe focus on a couple of things. I want to come back to the business license tax shortly, or the fee, whatever we call it. We call it a fee or a tax?
It's a fee.
It's a fee, thank you. Number 10 here, authorizing the city manager to execute the MOUs for the Educational Partnership Fund program for fiscal year 25-27 with Irvine Unified and Tustin Unified School Districts and Irvine Valley College Foundation. Let me just ask, I think I understand what's in all of those, but number 10 and number 11, number 11 in the recommendations does not, it includes, and there is part of Santa Ana Unified School District in the city of Irvine, I think in the IBC area. Am I correct on that?
I think so. I believe so, yes.
And what do we make available to them through these MOUs? Is it on the order of kind of $100 a student, roughly, something like that?
I'm not sure of the breakdown, and trying to see if Jonathan can look that up for us.
Well, while you're looking that up,
I have a staff member coming up that's going to assist us with that
It's all
detail.
right. This is way in the weeds, I know. But also I'm asking about Saddleback. Some of our new homes or homes to be constructed are in the Saddleback Unified School District. And I don't know if we have any support owed to them or provided in the budget to them. That's a related question.
Thank you for the question. So we do budget $2,547 for Santa Ana Public Schools Foundation.
That would represent probably about 25 kids who live in Irvine but go to Santa Ana schools.
Yeah, so through the Irvine Challenge Match Grant, that's based on the enrollment from the Irvine residents. So it's based on the data that we receive from the school district.
I see. That's in number 11. And
Yes.
how about when it comes to Saddleback?
We did not budget anything.
Are
for that
there any kids living in Irvine homes that nevertheless are assigned to Saddleback schools that we're not accounting for?
There are students living in Irvine only primarily and exclusively in the Great Park neighborhoods, in certain sections of the Great Park neighborhoods. Pursuant to voter-approved initiatives, Measure R and I believe Measure BB, at the time those measures were approved, we had no students living in Irvine that attended Saddleback schools. To that effect, we haven't historically provided any financial support to Saddleback. It's certainly something that we should take a look at this year, given that development in Irvine now is expanded into that area.
Yes.
With the council's permission, we'll certainly look into that as we move into this next fiscal year.
I'd ask you to do that. It won't be initially much money, but I think for consistency purposes, we'd like to include that going forward. I don't think we have to change any of what's recommended here. That's just direction you would take and come back to us at some point. All right. That takes care of 10 and 11. Let me go back now to the business license fees. If you would explain this, so I clearly understand, and the people at home, as well as those here, clearly understand. As things stand now, if you have a small business or you want to open a small business, you can anticipate paying, because it's 9 or fewer employees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you're just operating solo at home, you would be in that category as well.
Correct.
And what is that business license fee? Is it $68?
Yes, $68.57.
Okay. And by previous action, we had suggested or agreed to, you're looking at the waiver of the first year
Correct.
of that fee.
Correct.
Or an entering business, a new business, let's say.
Yes.
And what is paid by those who are 10 or more employees?
Currently, that is $95.59.
All right. So I used to pay a business license fee when I did a little law work from my home. I always took great pride in the fact that my business license fee, I was carrying my fair share of the load. It was absolutely equal to the Irvine companies, the Flora companies, and so forth. Actually, it was the absurdity of our fee structure that allowed me to say that. We have had in the past a business license fee that was much more progressive. I remember we used to say if you had more than 5 employees, your business license fee would reflect at the beginning of the year how many employees you had, and for each employee it would be, I think it was $3 or $5. So a company with 1,000 employees would have maybe a $5,000 business license fee. By the way, when we had that progressive structure in place, there was not even one complaint from any business, big or small. And small businesses were at $50. Then we went to a flat fee and all this. On reflecting on this thing, I do think we have to revisit this whole business license fee. But as I think about it, waiving a first-year fee, how could that possibly affect anybody who's on the verge of maybe investing $100,000 in a new business in the city. Is that really going to make them more likely to invest? I don't think so. I understand the sentiment, but I don't think it makes sense. And apparently it didn't make sense to a majority of Finance Commission members. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
So does number 8 here reflect what the Finance Commission recommended or not?
It does not, as it currently is presented within the budget. It represents a waiver.
Okay. I think the Finance Commission, and no doubt discussing this, probably made the right recommendation, which is that we eliminate the waiver. There's so many things we can and should do to help small businesses. This one seems to me to be a little bit silly. And I'd like us to move forward with the Finance Commission recommendation at this point. And then I'd like to also suggest that we come back at a time when we can catch our breath a little bit, and maybe in a few months, take a deep dive into the whole business license fee that we charge, and maybe make it more progressive going forward. If we had something in this city like other cities do, a gross receipts tax of some sort, I wouldn't even get into this discussion. You could basically get rid of a business license fee if you had a gross receipts tax of some kind. We don't have that, and I'm not proposing it at this time. But for what it's worth, that's what I would suggest we do. And why don't I move this discussion along by, at this time, making a motion to adopt staff recommendations 1 through 11, but changing number 8 to eliminate the waiver of the first year business license fee. Is there a second, at least for discussion purposes?
Mayor?
Yes.
Before you get a second, would you take my suggestion to take a separate vote on item number 7, which is an ordinance and requires introduction?
Thank you.
So it would be 1 through 6 and 8 through 11, provided that number 8 would be revised to remove the business license exemption.
Yes, and I guess to make this absolutely correct, I'll simply read number 7.
You could do that as well, yes.
Or are you suggesting just handle it separately?
Yes, I was.
All right, let's just do it your way, which is to move 1 through 11 with the exception of number 7, and make that change in number 8 that I had suggested. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Discussion of the motion is in order. Well, there being no discussion, I guess we'll just call the roll.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. And with that, I'll proceed to move what was staff recommended action 7, introducing for first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, amending Title II, Division 7 of the City of Irvine Municipal Code to establish Chapter 9 citywide development impact fees. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Any discussion? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go. Yes. Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. Let me just, now that we've concluded this item, thank my colleagues for their attention to this budget, which I think is an outstanding one. And once again, we're very grateful to our staff, all of our staff, for all their hard work. Thank you. All right. That allows us now to move on to item 4, which is a continuation of public hearings.
Mr. Mayor, if
Yes.
I could just.
Oh, I'm
ask for-
sorry. Thank you. Procedurally, we have something technical but procedurally important to do, which is to adjourn the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board. That means when we were meeting jointly on the budget to take care of Great Park issues, having concluded that now, we can adjourn that joint meeting. So moved by me. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember and Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yep.
Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. That meeting is adjourned, but that means we are reconvening to what is simply the regular Irvine City Council meeting. And at this point, that means we move to continuation of public hearings with item 4. We turn now to item 4.1. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
General Plan Amendment, Zone Change, and Development Agreement for Residential Development and Planning Area 25.
Thank you. Do we need to open the hearing to continue it?
You do not, Mayor. You just need a motion to continue to a date certain, which is July 8th, 2025.
Very well. Then I'll move that we continue the public hearing to July 8th, 2025 at 5 p.m. or soon thereafter. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember and Vice Mayor Mai. Why don't we take a roll call vote, just to have that on the record.
Thank you. Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
That concludes item 4.1. We move now to item 4.2. Would the clerk please identify this public hearing item by subject and title?
Zoning ordinance amendments related to affordable housing implementation procedure updates and the institution of a community preference policy for affordable housing units.
Thank you. With that, I'll declare this public hearing open. At this time, I'll turn to our city staff to present this item, reminding those who are at home and may wish to participate electronically to raise their hand so they might be admitted into the queue to be heard under public comments shortly. With that, please introduce yourselves and onward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Pete Carmichael, Assistant City Manager. With me this evening is Heather Dion, our Director of Health and Wellness. We have an item before you tonight regarding the Affordable Housing Ordinance and Community Preference Policy. I'm going to provide just a little bit of background on the item and what brings us before the council tonight. I'm going to hand over to Heather to talk through the need in the community and how some of the preliminary Irvine Cares programming is attempting to address that need, and then talk through some proposed updates to the affordable housing policy, a new community preference policy, and some cleanup to provide consistency with our housing element. We were last before the council on this item on April 8th. At that time, the City Council directed staff to evaluate and pursue measures to accelerate affordable housing developments in Irvine and look at ways they can be delivered more rapidly to Irvine-connected families and households. Look at establishing a local housing preference policy, updating the city's affordable housing in lieu program to facilitate development of additional affordable housing, and then assess ways to maximize affordable housing options for populations of need. And to describe that need in just a little bit more detail and talk through some of the Irvine Cares programming, I'm going to hand it off to Heather.
Good evening. Thank you. Just to briefly touch on some of these points, we've discussed them before, but as the council is aware, we have over 60,000 Irvine-connected residents who are enrolled in Medi-Cal, that being either through Cal Optima or Kaiser Permanente. We have seen more than a tenfold increase in our food security program. We will be hosting our food program tomorrow at Heritage Park, and we have over 700 individuals registered for that program. If you'll recall, when we started in February of this year, we started at 200. So it's grown quite rapidly over the last several months. Irvine should be incredibly proud of the number of affordable housing units that we do have here locally. The challenge with many of those units is there are regulatory barriers that are put in place because of financing or other mechanisms that develop those properties that do not allow us to prioritize Irvine-connected individuals and families. And we see that as one of the reasons that we're coming to you here tonight. The Irvine Cares program overall is very much intended to create flexibility so that we can create innovative solutions to better serve our residents and combine our housing programs and services to assist those in need. A quick background here, we did launch the Health and Wellness Initiative in 2003. This initiative has been maturing and growing over time and is very much intended to support our at-risk populations. We are focused very specifically on two policy areas. Number one, a targeted expansion of our social service programs. And number two, an assessment to realign our affordable housing goals to better serve our Irvine-connected populations of need. Taken together, we do call this the Irvine Cares program. 3 bullet points here. The first being our work and engaging with Hoag Hospital and the Hoag Foundation to partner to launch a centralized facility that would combine supportive services, food security, and house many of our nonprofits in one location for easy access to our residents. Number 2, streamlining social services. We offer a tremendous amount today. We're building on those, but we want to streamline those and create access for our residents. And number 3, as Pete mentioned, developing new housing solutions along with supportive services to meet the needs of our local residents. On April 9th of this year, the council did grant us 3 approvals. The first one was to assist those homeless families identified through the Irvine School District in identifying those families and getting them into housing. I am very pleased to say we're within a month of starting that process, and really excited about that. Number 2, the council also approved an initiative with the Irvine Valley College. This is housing for higher learning. This would support our roughly 18% of the 16,000 students who attend IVC who are experiencing homelessness through a rental subsidy program. And number 3, Roadmap to Success. This is a partnership with a nonprofit organization, Stand Up for Kids. Their intention is to work with our school district in identifying homeless junior and seniors and help them through coaching and mentoring programs as they graduate from high school and choose to go into the workforce, a trade school, or college.
So the next couple of slides cover some recommended housing policy updates, again, pairing rapid affordable housing with some of the services that Heather mentioned, so that through Irvine Cares we can provide both housing, shelter, and then the services that are complementary to that housing in order to lift people up over the long term. These updates fall into three general categories. One is modifications to the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Second is addition of a community preference policy. And third is several cleanup items just to ensure consistency with our housing element and with state law. First, with regard to the policy updates, this next set of changes really provides broader flexibility, allowing for some potentially more innovative options to meet the affordable requirements. Several key points here. One is lowering barriers to menu options. As the council may know, the code provides for several alternative means by which a project can meet the city's affordable housing requirements. Previously, there was a sort of a gating requirement that the project had to demonstrate financial infeasibility in order to access those menu options. With the proposed changes, City Council has the discretion to look at allowing menu options in instances where there may be something offered that grants benefit to the city, benefit to the city's affordable housing goals, without necessarily having strict financial infeasibility. Second, dedication of land and other resources, an accommodation for a project to offer land or resources that can be used to further the city's affordable housing goals, either on-site or off-site. Third, conversion of market rate units, continuation of the menu options ability for a project applicant to convert market rate units to affordable units, offering more immediate or instant affordability and potentially on a rolling availability basis. And then continuing and expanding those options so that they relate to the city's density bonus initiative as well. So in instances where, again, a project offers land or other resources that further the city's affordable housing goals, and density bonuses could be offered to those projects much the same way they are now when they access the existing menu options. Second is a community preference policy. This is a policy that would be put in place and applied to all affordable units on a go-forward basis, either through the inclusionary zoning ordinance or otherwise. The city would maintain a wait list. That wait list would then be used by affordable housing developers to provide a priority for new tenants into those affordable units. Those folks on the list would have to have an Irvine connection, a household member who is a resident of Irvine, somebody who is employed at an Irvine business at least 20 hours a week. This is put in place to mitigate displacement. Certainly the housing costs in Irvine, the growing supply imbalance has had a displacing effect on existing residents and workers in the community, and this really aims to pair with accelerated affordable housing delivery so that when those units come online, they can be delivered to people in the city of Irvine. And then third is cleanup with regard to the housing element. You'll see a couple of spots in the revised ordinance where income level titling and naming is changed. We used to use a income level 1, 2, 3. That's been changed to low, very low, and moderate, just to be consistent with state naming conventions. And then the term of affordability has been extended in most instances to 55 years, again, to match state requirements. So with that, the staff recommendation is in front of you to adopt an ordinance implementing the changes outlined, and Heather and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions or comments from my colleagues? I see that the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Mai, wishes to be heard. I'll recognize you at this time. Others feel free to join him in the queue. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Mayor. Congratulations, Heather and Pete, on Irvine Cares, AKA the system. Very happy that this is moving forward and our taxpayer dollars are being put to good work, not just throwing money to the wall and doing traditional things, but something innovative and that actually has tangible, has some teeth to it. When we first spoke, I was concerned about the local housing preference and how we would do that, but somehow you guys did the magic to make that happen, so congratulations on that. I think that your numbers on the food program were a little off. We started, I believe, at 14 boxes in the first one, and now it's over 700, so even better. One question, everyone is excited about the Hogue partnership. When is that time frame going to happen? That's one question that we're getting from the public about the nonprofit hub.
We have contracted with an architectural firm, and that planning process has begun. We will start public workshops this summer. The first one is slated for the end of July. We'll hold a second one in August and a third in September. Based on the input from the community, that will help us with our planning process, and we will be back to both the Community Services Commission as well as City Council to seek further approvals and move forward.
Okay, thank you. So that just says that we're going to start in July.
Yes.
We'll get the ball rolling in July. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. I would just like to know, please, a little bit more specifics about the criteria for determining if someone is Irvine connected, so that they'll be qualified for this program. And then also, if they are determined to be Irvine connected because they have a job, what if they lose their job or leave their job after they're in the housing? Thank you.
So to address the first one, it would be someone who is currently residing in the city of Irvine, and we would need proof of that through a utility bill, or, in some level of term of that residence. And number two, it would be someone who is working in the city of Irvine a minimum of 20 hours a week. If they were to lose their employment and not be working here, that would exclude them from the preference policy unless they were also residing here.
Thank you. What if they're homeless? So they're here, but they're in their car, like we've heard some of the families are experiencing. What sort of proof would you accept that they're Irvine residents?
There's a variety of ways that we can identify that they've, been in the city, sleeping in a car, sleeping in a park. Oftentimes our PD is aware of them, and we can track that. But we would work with them to make that determination. Oftentimes it can be difficult for those individuals or families who are experiencing homelessness to actually have, a utility bill or something of the sort. But there's other ways that we can work with them to help make that determination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Hi, thank you. And I thank you for all the work that you're going to be doing with Irvine Cares. I think it's a fantastic program, something that we needed for a long, long time. But this got me thinking a little bit. So this is, and help me understand this better. This is so we can provide or prioritize Irvine residents in a way that the federal programs like housing and Section 8 doesn't allow us to prioritize Irvine residents, correct?
So Irvine sits under the Orange County Housing Authority umbrella, which means that if an individual receives a housing choice voucher from OCHA, they can apply that in Irvine, and we would not be able to then utilize our preference priority for individuals. They can apply that to any unit that would be available to them. So there will be exclusions to this policy because of regulatory requirements that we need to follow. Just as if a developer was developing a project and they sought financial assistance through their financing plan through the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. Those units then would not apply to our preference policy, and they would be open to the 31 city-county pool.
And the second question, so how would you prevent any form of discrimination within your program? I know the Fair Housing authority that prevents these kind of things and regulates it. How are you going to regulate the discrimination that might happen if when we do this?
We are required to conduct a study every 2 years to ensure that we are not, we aren't violating fair housing law, and we also have certain rules that were set up when we studied the policy and created the policy that we have to follow to ensure that we don't have any discrimination in our processes. But the study that we have to publish every 2 years, and it has to be made available publicly.
Will you mind sharing those rules when you have them available?
I'd be happy to, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Let me, well, do we have any requests from members of the public to be heard?
We do, Mayor. We have 3 requests to speak.
Why don't we hear from them first, and then we'll move forward with this item. Please call them in order.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Terry Mahalovic-Gerstner, and Robin G. And we'll start with Susan Sayer.
Welcome, Ms. Sayer.
Well, hello again. As I've said before, my name is Susan Sayer, and I'm an Irvine resident. I approve of the Affordable Housing Ordinance amendments in order to prioritize increasing housing availability along with supportive services to better meet the needs of Irvine residents and those who work in Irvine. However, I do have some recommendations for the ordinance, which include increasing the percentage of affordable housing in the very low and low income categories. Also, I suggest requiring minimum of 15% of the affordable units to have ADA adaptable amenities and have them reserved for residents who have disabling conditions and require ADA adaptable amenities in order to meet their housing needs. And my job as a social worker with Adult Protective Services, I met a number of adults who, with disabling conditions that needed these and were capable of working. I suggest prioritize locating the affordable housing units on Irvine Connect routes to benefit those that do not drive so that they can easily commute to schools, colleges, and places of employment. I also suggest requiring all affordable housing units to have in perpetuity affordable terms for the very low and low affordability classifications, and have, I like your 55-year affordability terms for moderate and above moderate affordability units. I also suggest requiring market rate rental units 40 years of age to be converted to affordable rate units with a designated percentage distribution to all affordability classifications. This provision should assist with meeting future state RENA housing assignments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Terry?
I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I want to know what happens when the money runs out. The city has been overtaken by excessive number of high-rise apartment complexes, and it seems that this council plans on continuing to downgrading our once beautiful city. If the zoning ordinance amendments are approved, the negative impact these changes will have on the city of Irvine will be forever tied to this council failed leadership. There will be no going back. When the council members bring up that individuals who work for them cannot afford to live in Irvine, you have to ask yourselves how many individuals throughout this country cannot live close to where they work. It's not our job to make this happen. How are you going to handle the increase in traffic and crime brought on by these changes? Are you going to approve budget increases for the Irvine Police Department? As a single mother and business owner in the city for over 29 years, I have raised my children here. I have never asked for a handout. I just worked harder and did what I needed to do. I was active in their schools and the PTA and the community. When my children became adults, Irvine was not an option for them to start out their lives. They had to move out of state in order to be able to afford to afford a place to live and raise their families. The next continuation of the destruction of our way of life in the city is in the 4.3 proposed development of 1,858-unit multifamily residential project on the other side of Sand Canyon and Irvine Center Drive. How many more of these office complex areas are you planning on converting? Be honest with the community you were sworn to represent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Robin?
Welcome.
So I want to thank Irvine Cares. Many of you know I am a very ardent activist for our people in living without housing, for affordable housing, for our senior communities. So I'm with you, Ra. Good job. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to be able to speak in support of this more often. The one thing that I do want to make sure everybody understands, there were kind of two things. And one of the last meetings, I kept hearing our residents talking about affordable housing, and it gave me the sense that they might not have quite understood that affordable housing is actually a legal definition. It's not just somebody who doesn't make as much money as somebody else, and we wouldn't classify my sons, for example, as eligible for affordable housing unless they actually applied through either the federal government, or if we're going to have a Irvine-based system or a county-based system. And so for those of you who start thinking about your kids being able to move back to Irvine and live right next door to you, that's probably not going to happen unless they actually qualify. And it's a pretty substantial process to apply for affordable housing. That's not, again, I'm not trying to diminish this. I think it's very important. The other thing that I really hope people understand when we are talking about building more affordable housing, which is essential for sustaining any city, is that it necessitates blanket development. When we build affordable housing, we also have to build median income housing, and we also have to build luxury housing. And that is simply because of the way our property taxes are structured here in California. We heard not too long ago that property taxes are the biggest revenue here in the city. So because our homes are restricted in the way we can raise our property taxes on a regular basis, we have to rely on new housing to stabilize the costs of our current city. So we can't even stop and stay where we are as a city if we don't keep building. We have to build, and it has to be through residences because our business taxes just don't bring in enough. So these are some really important things that I think we really need to keep in mind. And finally, because we are going to have to spend a whole lot of time and a whole lot of money just building for affordable housing and for sustainability, keep in mind, council members, there have been a whole lot of new projects and plans being offered that are going to cost this city millions, billions, gazillions of dollars that may not really pan out if what we're trying to do is build affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, I'll move that we close the public hearing at this time. Is there a second?
I second that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Treseder, did you want to be heard before closing the public hearing?
No, I can wait. Yeah, thank you.
All right. I'll move that we close the public hearing.
I second that motion.
Seconded by Councilmember Martinez Franco. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
With the public hearing closed, further council comments or indeed a motion is in order as well. I'll turn to Council Member Treseder.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I really appreciate the Irvine Cares model. I know you must have put a lot of work into it, and I wholeheartedly endorse making sure that our homeless families have housing as soon as possible. They have the wraparound services. This is very important to me, and I would love to see this go forward. I just want to mention I have one particular concern that I'm hoping that can be addressed. It involves the menu options. So from what I understand, developers, they have some options about how they want to address this affordability ordinance. And one thing that they can do is pay in lieu fees. And the in lieu fees are something like $17,000 a unit. Sorry, okay. So I'm worried that that is too low to maintain affordable housing at the level we need. So just to give you an example, a recent development was approved by the Planning Commission, I believe, for 1701 Main. It was for 75 units. So if we go by the 15% requirement of affordable units that the city has for its affordable housing ordinance, 11 of those units should be affordable housing. Yet the developers elected, because they had the option, to pay about $1.3 million in lieu fees. Unfortunately, since affordable housing units cost about $500,000 each to make, that would only fund about 3 affordable housing units elsewhere. So we should have had 11, but instead there's only 3. I'm worried that if we're focusing a lot on the Irvine Cares model and advancing it for that reason, I'm worried that we're prioritizing short-term gain for long-term loss being the loss of affordable housing over the long term. I'm wondering, would it be possible to raise the in lieu fee above $17,000 so to help address that shortage a bit?
Thank you for the question. And to answer the question, yes, it is possible, and we're actually underway on an effort to do that now. Okay. It involves new set of appraisals and a new land calculation and a density calculation that would then apply on a per unit basis. But we're underway on that effort.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if you're able to do that, I'd really enthusiastically support this. Like right now, I think probably I won't be able to, but just because of that one particular issue. It's not because I don't care about the Irvine Cares model. I very much do. Just that one little hitch there that I need to make sure that I'm thinking long term about this for the community.
Well, let me just follow up on that. When you say you're looking at it, do you mean you would come back at some point in the near future with a recommended amendment to the ordinance?
Yeah, that's the plan. It's an effort that's underway now. I'm not sure how quickly we would be ready to come back, but that would be the intention.
All right, well, that makes this more attractive then as well. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Well, I'm really excited about this program because it meets the immediate needs, leveraging existing resources so we can get these families where they are and where they need to be. And so I just have a quick question. Have we considered joining forces with existing nonprofits, local nonprofits that are already in the housing and service arena to help local residents, because a lot of them already have a program that we can use to serve the residents?
Yes, absolutely. We are working to, we have identified initially a service provider to assist us with a portion of the families that we will be housing in the very short term. But for all service providers, capacity is an issue, and this is not easy work. And so we will have to tap into multiple service providers, our nonprofit-based community, to assist us with the work. So yes, we are absolutely doing so.
That would be wonderful because I'm assuming the different families have different needs, and if we can diversify the partners that work with us. So my other question, and I appreciate Councilmember Trecito's question about the in lieu fee, that I also think it is a little too low, that it's becoming a little unrealistic, and we need to update that. I'm glad to hear that it is in the works. Let's see. Yes, and so I just wanted to have Ms. Sayers' question answered about ADA adaptability. Would that be a focus that we can maybe consider having certain units in that?
Certainly, you know, that varies everything from ensuring that we have adequate units on the first floor, elevators, and even in-home adaptability that can include rails, you know, safety precautions within the unit. So it's certainly something that we are aware of, that we know we need to be mindful of, and it's not a one-size-fits-all solution depending on the needs of an individual or family. But yes, it's certainly on our, you know, menu of recognizing that those are needs that we will need to meet.
Okay, and last question is to address the question about what happens when the money runs out. That is certainly a concern. So what are we planning on as a funding source?
So right now we are in the second half of our round 4 HAP funds. So we have money to continue through the end of next fiscal year just in round 4. Then we also have money for round 5. We do very much appreciate the mayor and the delegation's work in Sacramento to continue to advocate for ongoing HAP funds. You know, we will know more as the budget passes here in the next few days, but it is something that we're being mindful of. But at least in the shorter term, which I would say 24 to 36 months, we do have HAP dollars to continue our work.
Thank you so much for doing all this.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Let me just seek to clarify something. When we talk about stating a preference for who qualifies for the program, I like to think in practical terms. So as things stand right now, for example, I've worked with Unite Here Local 11. I've encouraged housekeepers in that program who are housekeepers at Irvine hotels and have been for years, who drive in from somewhere else, who work day after day, year after year, maybe for $22 an hour or whatever the compensation might be. I've encouraged them in the past to get on a list for affordable housing. But that list is pretty much just a lottery, isn't it? And they're not really given any credit for the fact that they work in Irvine and are connected to Irvine and ought to be kind of a preferred applicant. That is the status of things now, right? What I like about this, the fact that we're dealing with people who are connected to Irvine, either they are going to school here, they live here already, including living in their car in the city, they're a resident, or they work here. And the work here piece of it is so important. Not only does this allow a person who works here every day to be able to live here every day, but it also, for that person, eliminates the commute. It is better. Nobody has a right to live close to where they work, but it sure is preferable when it comes to city planning and energy conservation and everything else. When you work in the community, you're a part of the community, and you ought to be able to live in this community. And I like this so much better than the way things are structured now when we get financing through state programs and federal and the like, and have to take all comers regardless. This CARES program, as you folks have imagined it and then begun to create it, this holds such promise for our community going forward. And I can't emphasize enough what an outstanding project this has been for our very creative, very capable staff. So with that, I think I would just like to offer a motion by way of introducing this item for first reading. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone changes 00953093-PZC and 00950164-PZC to amend Chapter 2-3 of the zoning ordinance to update and expand available menu options for satisfaction of affordable housing requirements, to update and expand the local density bonus option, to establish a community preference policy for affordable housing units, and to implement technical updates for affordable housing requirements. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Liu seconds the motion. Any further discussion? Let me call upon myself just to make one comment. One public commenter seemed to suggest that affordable housing is problematic for a city, including the suggestion was increase in crime, which is absolutely not the case in the city of Irvine. It has never been, and no doubt going forward, it would not be. I just wanted to kind of set the record straight on that particular matter. With that, absent any further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we move to item 4.3. Would the clerk please identify this public hearing matter by subject and title?
Development Agreement for Discovery Park Residential Development in Planning Area 31, Irvine Spectrum 6.
Thank you. This is a public hearing which I'll now declare open. I see we have staff here at the table. Please introduce yourselves and we'll move on to this item.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Erica, and I'm a senior planner with the Community Development Department. I'm joined tonight by Principal Planner Ann Wu, and the item before you tonight is the development agreement for the Discovery Park residential project. The project site is located at the northeast corner of Laguna Canyon Road and Discovery within Planning Area 31. The project site is 30.3 acres and is currently vacant. And there are surrounding office, research and development, and accessory uses within the vicinity. The project site is designated Research and Industrial in the general plan and is zoned 5.5A Medical and Science and is located within Focus Area 2 of the Residential and Residential Mixed-Use Overlay. A little bit of background about the Discovery Park residential project. So it is for 1,858 apartment units, and it consists of 4 buildings, each 5 stories high, with an interior parking garage. The development will include a 2.56-acre publicly accessible park, which will be privately maintained in perpetuity by the applicant, and a 5,500 square foot accessory retail component, which is currently anticipated to be for a restaurant use. Applications include a master plan with affordable housing plan and a vesting tentative track map. The development agreement before your council tonight is a component of the affordable housing plan and is consistent with the policies found in the city's general plan and the terms of the 2023 MOU and the supplement. The proposed development agreement will result in the public benefits as shown on the slide, including 310 affordable housing units, public benefit funding, at $14,732 per unit, and 50 affordable housing vouchers for an Irvine-based transitional housing program. On May 15th, public hearing notices were posted at the locations indicated on the slide. The notice was also published in the Irvine World News. No public comments were received. Pursuant to Section 15183 of CEQA, this project is exempt from additional environmental review as it is consistent with the previously certified Irvine 2045 General Plan Program Environmental Impact Report. A consistency analysis was prepared and identified that there are no project-specific significant effects that are peculiar to the project site. The project is consistent with the development density for which the general plan EIR was certified, and all mitigation measures from the EIR have been incorporated into the project. On May 1st, Planning Commission provided their recommendation as shown on the slide and approved the master plan with certain components of the affordable housing plan and vesting tentative track map. With that said, staff recommends approval of the development agreement as shown on the slide. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions of staff at this time? Do we have public commenters who have gotten into the queue here?
We do, Mayor. We have one request to speak in person from Barry Curtis.
Very well. Barry Curtis, who worked faithfully for years and years in planning for our city. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, members of the City Council. I'm Barry Curtis, representing the Irvine Company. I'll be relatively brief, as I think staff's presentation really covered the project well. I did want to take a moment to thank the entire city project team, in particular Erica, for their work and efforts to get this to you this evening. The development agreement for Discovery Park that's before you tonight is the result of the 2023 MOU and the resultant joint planning between the city and the Irvine Company. As this is the 5th project under that agreement, I just wanted to take a moment to quickly focus on some of the agreement's key tenets and accomplishments. Those include locating homes in jobs and economic centers not within established villages. This has helped the city meet state housing mandates while respecting existing villages and addressing the needs of Irvine's employers. Exceeding the city's affordable housing requirements. In total, the agreement will result in over 1,500 deed-restricted affordable units for middle-income households in the city, including nurses and teachers, et cetera. Discovery Park will, as was mentioned, provide 310 affordable, deed-restricted affordable units. Overall, the 7 projects within the MOU will provide roughly double the city's numeric affordable housing requirements, and those are for a 75-year term, even in excess of the 55-year term you looked at this evening. And then finally, funding for community priorities is determined by the city and the community. The MOU includes a component for broad community benefits with over $104 million to be paid for transit, parks, safety, anything at the discretion of the city. Since the inception in March 2023, just a little over 2 years ago, we've already paid the city over $40 million in benefit fees to that cause. And with that, I just thank you for your consideration, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Curtis at this time? Stand by, just in case.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Having taken public comment, I'll move at this time that the public hearing be closed. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Mai, Council Member and Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Excellent. To move things along, I'll move adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving Development Agreement 00948850-BDA to establish public benefits and affordable housing requirements associated with a 1,858-unit multifamily residential development located at the northeast corner of Laguna Canyon Road and Discovery in Planning Area 31, Irvine Spectrum 6, filed by the Irvine Company. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
The motion is seconded by Council Member Martinez Franco. Is there any discussion? Mr. City Attorney, I think I identified one tiny grammatical problem.
You did.
An 1,800.
Yes.
An 1,858 unit.
You
All
did.
right.
Yeah.
Let's say that the motion is deemed to have an N after that A. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. With that, unless there's discussion, there being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. That concludes item 4.3. We move now to item 4.4. Will the clerk please identify this public hearing item by title and subject?
Zoning ordinance amendment for warehouse and logistics use standards and related definitions and procedures.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. We have a staff member who has come forward. Please introduce yourself and proceed with this item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Marika Pointer. I'm the Chief of Planning and Policy. The item before you this evening is the Warehouse and Logistic Use Standard Zoning Ordinance Amendment. Just for a little bit of background, on January 14th of this year, City Council directed staff to draft a zoning ordinance update related to logistics uses, including warehouses. On February 20th, we took it to Planning Commission, and consistent with updates made as part of the 2045 General Plan, the Planning Commission did recommend City Council approval of an amendment to the zoning ordinance. And then in March of this year, City Council staff or City staff met with industry stakeholders and subsequently updated the proposed amendment to reflect recommended changes from the Planning Commission and interested stakeholders and address requirements of Assembly Bill 98, which passed back in September and regulates warehouses and logistic uses. On May 1st, due to significant changes proposed to the zoning ordinance amendment, staff returned to Planning Commission. Planning Commission at that time discussed and then continued the item to allow staff to complete additional research related to siting and compatibility issues and research cleanup legislation, which is currently being reviewed for Assembly Bill 98. On May 15th, Planning Commission recommended City Council approval of the proposed zoning ordinance amendment, and the amendments received support from both the Commission and the stakeholders. The maps in front of you indicate areas that currently permit warehouse use in the city. The areas in blue are areas that staff has identified where there aren't compatibility issues with future residential and residential mixed-use areas. The areas in orange are areas where we have the residential mixed-use overlay, which was added as part of the 2045 general plan, and where we have identified potential compatibility issues. Some of the highlights of the amendment include definitions which have been added for consistency with Assembly Bill 98, definitions that were updated to better reflect business operations, a new development standards chapter consistent with Assembly Bill 98, and that is proposed Chapter 3-44, Warehouse and Logistics Use Standards, two distinct review processes created to ensure warehouses can occur by right in the most appropriate areas, which were those blue areas, and then areas where compatibility issues were identified, the orange areas, would have discretionary applications, and that would allow us to really dive into how they are consistent and compatible with the residential and residential mixed-use possibilities identified in the 2045 general plan. In terms of compatibility standards, we identified specific development standards, such as the building standards related to the California Building Code, modified setbacks depending on proximity to sensitive receptors, landscape buffers and screening to mitigate light and noise, installation of separate entrances for heavy-duty trucks, standards for truck loading bays and truck entry, exit, and circulation, specific standards for entry gates and stacking depths, and then specific architectural design features that involve natural lighting for the building, appropriate color palettes, and building articulation. In conclusion, the ordinance doesn't add warehouse or logistic use developments into any new planning areas, so there's no expansion. The city would have more discretion based on business activity, review processes, and development standards associated with Assembly Bill 98. The new Chapter 3-44 requires review for land use compatibility and to address health, safety, and welfare concerns. All discretionary projects remain subject to the environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. And then transportation analysis review is required for all warehouse and logistic use developments. Therefore, staff recommends introducing for first reading the ordinance above on your screen. That concludes staff presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? There being none, maybe I'll move things along here. Are there any public commenters?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have two requests to speak in person.
Excellent. Why don't we call upon those individuals, please?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Miran T. and Luis Gomez, and we'll start with Miran.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Miran Tumajan. I'm with NAIOP SoCal. Honorable Mayor Agron and council members, on behalf of NAIOP SoCal and our over 1,200 members, many of which have long-standing investments in Irvine's commercial and industrial landscape, we respectfully urge you to uphold the zoning ordinance amendment for warehouse and logistic use standards and related definitions and procedures adopted by the Irvine Planning Commission and recommended by City Planning and Development Services staff. We further urge the council to desist from tweaking or altering the amendment, which is the product of thoughtful deliberation by your Planning Commission and diligent work and engagement with stakeholders by city staff. This proposed zoning ordinance amendment represents a critical balance between advancing industrial development and maintaining land use compatibility, environmental stewardship, and community well-being. NAIOP SoCal members and staff are pleased to have been actively engaged with the city throughout the amendment process, including meetings with City Manager Chi and Community Development Director Frady. We are also pleased to see that several of our recommended best practice policies are incorporated into the proposed language of the zoning ordinance amendment. We strongly support the city's intent to concentrate logistics, product distribution, and warehousing activity in appropriate areas and prevent overexpansion into new planning zones. Key elements of the zoning code amendment that we endorse include the tiered review framework for projects based on size and proximity to residential overlays, ensuring compatibility and predictability in the entitlement process, new development standards consistent with AB 98 that protect the health, safety, welfare of residents and businesses. Please note, however, that several pertinent amendments to the AB 98 statute, including the definition of a logistics use, are currently being considered by our state legislature. Required transportation impact analyses for all warehouse and logistics developments is also something we strongly endorse. Overall, such a carefully calibrated approach gives the city appropriate discretion and regulatory tools while also supporting responsible investments in Class A and LEED certified industrial and logistics facilities, which are sought by innovative tenants, which are a boon for job growth and vital to Irvine's economy and goods movement infrastructure. The Planning Commission's adopted ordinance reflects compromise and collaboration. Potential tweaks to it today would undercut the transparent public process and the broad stakeholder engagement that shaped it, including extensive input from residents, industrial property owners, owner-operators, and the business community. We thank you for your leadership and respectfully urge your full support of this zoning ordinance amendment without modification. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Luis Gomez.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Luis Gomez. I'm here on behalf of Rexford Industrial. Rexford Industrial is a industrial warehouse REIT doing business exclusively in Southern California. We own about 51 million square feet of industrial space consisting of about 424 properties. In the industrial warehouse space, Rexford Industrial stands at the forefront of innovation, setting new benchmarks and redefining industry standards. We've improved currently 41 LEED certified buildings and have planned to develop all new warehouse space as LEED Gold certified buildings. We have 29 million megawatts of solar power planned on our rooftops, which is sufficient to power over 6,000 homes. We also have a goal of achieving net zero by 2045, which essentially means all our buildings would be operated and powered on renewable energy. We have 3 buildings here in the city of Irvine, 2 in the IBC and 1 in the Spectrum area, equating to about 390 square feet. It employs about 380 folks. With that, I'm here on behalf, again, of Rexford. We've worked with the NAOP team. We've worked with the city planning team. We're very excited about where we've landed. I do want to point out one minor nuance that I'd like to point out. We are working through the AB 98 code. It's a new state code. There's a lot of ambiguity involved with that code. And I just want to point out that the definition of a logistics center, and I'll read it to you, is a building in which cargo, goods, or products are moved or stored for later distribution to business or retail customers, or both, that does not predominantly serve retail customers for on-site purchases, and heavy trucks are primarily involved in the movement of cargo, goods, or products. So the new ordinance essentially differentiates between warehouse and logistics centers. And based on this definition, in my opinion, that's basically any industrial building you're going to build. I have spoken with the planning director or community development director. I would just like to see if we can add a little bit more verbiage to the warehouse definition so we have a little bit more flexibility. Otherwise, we're very happy with where we're at. We appreciate the planning staff and the city for working with us. And again, I've been involved in a lot of these meetings. I think it's been good discussion. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there somebody else?
No, that is all, Mayor.
Can we get staff to respond to that last point about a little change in the verbiage? I don't know what that quite means. Has that been discussed with staff?
Yes, so technically the definition for logistic use that is included in Assembly Bill 98, we can't deviate from the definition that the gentleman read. we do have a separate definition for warehouse in the ordinance, and that is that portion of a building ancillary to the conduct of a business where either materials used or goods produced by the business are stored prior to their use or distribution to a wholesale user or retail purchaser, and which is not otherwise a logistics use or storage. So it's minor, I guess, like a nuance in the definition, but I guess the best way to describe it is the logistics use is the facility that is in between the ports and the actual facilities that the goods are going to. So it's just being used there as a storing facility, and that's how that definition is written. The way our warehouse definition is written, it would be, and I won't use any of our businesses that are in Irvine, but if you had a manufacturer that is here, they typically have an office and they're manufacturing parts as well in the building. And so that office and that manufacturing are attached in some way. And so the goods that are being stored in that building, manufactured in that building, and distributed from that building are associated from the business that is actually located at that building. And so it's very nuanced in the language, but it's enough for staff to distinguish between a logistics use and a warehouse use.
And so you would suggest we leave things as they are, as is proposed here?
As it is right now, we can't, like I said, we can't touch the logistics use definition. That one is state statute.
Right.
I believe we have enough clarification in that warehouse use that as staff, we can interpret those buildings as they come through. And then, just to clarify, anything that would look to us as a logistics use, that requires a conditional use permit regardless in any of the tiered systems for the city. And that's standard and consistent with what it is today as well.
All right. I have a feeling, assuming we adopt this tonight, we'll be coming back at some point as we work with these definitions and process some of these applications, including some that are subject to a conditional use permit and so forth, that we'll be making some changes ourselves as we gain some experience. Let me just say, compliment everybody who's been involved. The proliferation of warehouses, some of them in the wrong places, caused considerable alarm in Irvine. And to the extent that this has all been addressed and that the parties have kind of come together and worked through this complex matter, we appreciate it. I appreciate it. Otherwise, we'd be up here dealing with a lot of unhappy people and trying to put together something ourselves. It just seems that the staff here, working with various parties, has produced something that we ought to move forward with and see if this is successful in addressing the concerns we've had before. I noticed the various categories and the ability, should a seemingly objectionable project be coming forward, that we could deal with it. We have tools with conditional use permits and so forth to address those concerns. So this appears to me to be a good piece of work. With that, absent any other, there, Councilmember Liu, then Councilmember Go, and then I'll be happy to make a motion if no one else does. Let's see, did we close the public hearing?
We did not, Mayor.
I'm going to suggest that we close the public hearing at this point.
A motion to close it then.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Liu, seconded by Councilmember Go to close the public hearing. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai?
Yes.
Mayor Agron?
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Excellent. With that, maybe we should take a motion at this point. Are you asking to be recognized again, Councilmember Liu? No?
I thought you were asking if we had comments.
Oh, okay, yes. We can take comment first without a motion in front of us, or we can take a motion and then comment on the motion. Either way. I'll tell you what, let's get the motion in front of us. Would you like to make it? Okay. You simply have to move to introduce an ordinance and then read the whole thing. Congratulations.
Okay. I'll move to introduce the motion for first reading, or is that what I'm supposed to say? Okay.
Yes, but you got to read it all.
Okay. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 00948798-PZC to amend Section 1-2-1, Section 2-9-4, Section 3-3-1, Chapter 3-37, Chapter 4-4, Chapter 9-4, Chapter 9-34, and Chapter 9-38 of the Irvine zoning ordinance by adding, modifying, or deleting certain definitions, review procedures, land use regulations, and parking requirements pertaining to warehouse and logistics use development, and add Chapter 3-44 to reflect new warehouse and logistics use standards.
I'll second that motion. With the motion properly before us, are there any council comments? Councilmember Liu, call on you at this time, followed by Councilmember Go.
I want to thank city staff for working this hard on this. We've had many discussions, especially with my planning commissioner, about this, and I'm glad to see that we're able to come to a great balance between economic development and use in the city, and preserving our master plan. And I think it's so important for us to be able to, balance both and have economic development and still prioritize housing and other zonings, and have somewhat of a balance control, local control over warehouse development. And thank you so much for being willing to work with the city on this. And I'm glad to see this happening. And I want to point out that we have, a way to, the way to re-examine any area. And I think that's really important, re-examine any area with a mixed-use overlay, that I think it really shows where the city's priority is. And I'm glad to see this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. The IBC area is a pretty interesting space, as some of us were there this morning to see the groundbreaking of the new field house. As you guys saw, I think a lot of the times when we're up here, we misconstrue warehouse, as they have pointed out. I just want to thank staff for working with NAIOP and the industry. I actually got to visit one of the Rexford's properties just recently. It's an amazing space. Although it might look like a warehouse from outside, it's actually a really great infrastructure, mixed-use space, great recreational space. We were lucky enough to host one of the events there, one of our city events there recently. I just want to commend you guys for what you guys do and the value you bring to the area. Moving forward, I just want to make sure you guys know that we're listening. This area is very unique. Housing is starting to come around in different parts of it. And we just want to find a balance, so that I'm glad that we can come to some number and a happy medium. Looking forward to working on many, many more projects with you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. Unless there are further comments, I think at this point would be appropriate for the city clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you very much. That allows us to move on to council business. It happens to be 9 o'clock. Usually we take the measure of where we are in the proceedings. If my colleagues would wish us to take a brief recess at this point, I'd of course be open to that. If not, my suggestion is we just keep moving along here. Anybody need a recess? No? Very well. Let's move on to item 5 on the agenda, council business. With that, we move to not item 5.1. Item 5.1 was removed from the agenda. Is that correct?
That's
All right.
correct, Mayor.
That being the case, it takes us to item 5.2. Would the clerk please read this item by title and subject?
Fiscal year 2025-26 landscape, lighting, and park maintenance assessment.
I see staff is assembled here at the table. Please introduce yourselves for the record, and let's move along.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dale Bulasan, Director of Administrative Services. With me tonight is Josh Brooks, Deputy Director of Admin Services. He's here to present to us the Lighting Landscape Park Maintenance Fund presentation.
Thank you, Dale Bulasan, and thank you, Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight is our Lighting Landscape and Park Maintenance Fund, what we like to refer to as the LLPM for short. The Lighting Landscape and Park Maintenance Fund provides maintenance services for parks and community centers in the city of Irvine. On April 8th, the council adopted a resolution to seek voter consideration of an assessment increase, what is known as a Prop 18 process. Key steps in that process include mailing notices, ballots, and an informational trifold to all the property owners in the city. Public hearings are required on the proposed increase. And then finally, a vote outcome is determined based on the weighted assessment value of the returned ballots. A little background on the LLPM proposed assessment and what's driving that. For fiscal year 25-26, staff identified a $4.6 million cost increase was rather dramatic. And so under the proposal put forth to the voters, the city's general fund would still continue to cover 72% or $3.3 million of that cost increase. And the assessment increase would cover 28% or $1.3 million that would be borne by the property owners. To achieve this level of assessment revenue, the LLPM called for a modest increase of anywhere from as low as 1 cent a month to 89 cents a month per property owner for a single-family home residence. And that's based, the differences in those monthly rates is based on that property's relation to where it sits to the various benefits, parks, and community facilities. Without this modest rate increase, the city's general fund would have to absorb that entire cost on an ongoing basis, and this would result in adverse budgetary pressures in future years. This slide shows a breakdown of the specific 218 process the city's been following. About 2 months ago, on April 8th, the council adopted the resolution to move forward with the 218 process. A few days later, on April 12th, ballots, notices, and informational trifolds were mailed to all property owners of record. And then at the last council meeting on May 27th, a public hearing was held. The council adopted a resolution approving the engineer's report, and ballot tabulation was started. And tonight's meeting, the council will consider a resolution to adopt the results of the special election and order a levy of assessment as approved by the voters. So the tallies are in, and the vote results for the proposed assessment are a yes, 80.7%, with no coming in at 19.3%. So with that, the recommended actions are to officially declare the results of the ballot tabulation and approve the resolution to declare the levy and collection of the assessment based on those election results. And with that, we're available for any questions.
Well, thank you. At this point, I'll defer to my colleagues for any comments or questions they have, which they'd like to direct to staff. Are there any? There being none, why don't we turn to the clerk for public comments? Do we have any requests from members of the public to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no requests to speak.
There being no requests, at this time, then, I'll ask the city clerk. Do I need to ask you officially what we heard from staff? All right. Then I'll ask you to make it official. This is a technical requirement, asking the city clerk to please announce the results of the ballot tabulation and identify for us, please, whether a majority protest exists.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no majority protest against the proposed measure to increase the landscape lighting and park maintenance assessment. And at this time, the City Council has before it a resolution for consideration noted as recommended action item 2 on the agenda and in your staff report. Thank you.
All right. I'll ask my colleagues once again, any questions or comments? There be none, why don't we call for a motion to adopt the resolution listed as recommended action number 2?
So moved.
I'm sorry. So moved? Good. Moved by Councilmember Liu. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
No.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 5-1 of the members present. Councilmember Treceder voted no.
All right. Having concluded item 5.2, we'll now move to item 5.3. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject and title?
2025 Fire Hazard Severity Zone Map Adoption.
Excellent. This is not a public hearing, is it?
No, Mayor.
At this point, I'll turn to our city staff to further introduce this item, describe what it is that's before us, and then be ready to take any questions or comments. Please introduce yourselves.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm Jesse Cardoza, Deputy Director of Community Development, and with me is Claudia Landeros-Sobai, Deputy Building Official. And tonight we're here to present to you a crucial update in the city's wildfire preparedness, which is the recommended adoption of the 2025 CAL FIRE maps, representing a significant improvement in our city's wildfire resilience and public safety. Fire hazard severity maps in California emerged as the result of a series of devastating wildfires, notably the 1980 Panorama Fire. Legislation following those events mandated that the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, that they develop and maintain fire hazard severity zone maps applicable to state responsibility areas throughout the state, identifying moderate, high, and very high fire hazard severity zones. The city of Irvine adopted its first map in 1995 with the 95 Wildland Fire Hazard Map, resulting from further state legislation coming right after the 1991 Oak Hills firestorm that now mandated local jurisdictions to adopt the very high fire hazard severity zones from the state maps that they had since the 1980 incident. The city of Irvine then updated the map in 2012 through City Council Ordinance 12-03 in conjunction with OCFA to create, specifically create buffer zones adjacent to the existing very high fire hazard severity zones that we adopted in the 1995 map. Those buffer zones were a proactive measure by the city to create ember mitigation areas, retarding the spread of fire through limited combustibilities and vegetation management. The effectiveness of these measures that we took in the 95 map and the 2012 map really can't be understated. The increased fire resistance resulted in not a single Irvine home catching on fire during either the 2007 Santiago fire or the 2020 Silverado fire, despite significant residential development in very high fire hazard severity zones under both those maps. CAL FIRE's mapping process has evolved significantly since it released its first maps, taking advantage of the latest fire science techniques, climate data, and mapping technology. Recent legislative updates, namely Senate Bill 63 and Assembly Bill 211, now require local jurisdictions like Irvine to actually adopt the updated map within 120 days of its release and designate all three zones now instead of just the very high. We now have to identify the moderate and the high as well. So on the slide here, you can see all the shaded area is some sort of fire hazard severity zone, with the yellow representing moderate zones, the orange representing high zones, and the red representing very high zones. What you can't see, because the 95 map is not here as well, is that the very high zones have increased in size significantly from the last maps, namely in areas like Orchard Hills, Woodbury, Portola Springs, Quail Hill, and Turtle Rock, and that there's also spread in very high and high in areas that were previously not covered at all, which are existing residential areas that are now covered. It's also important to note here that although the areas have spread, the requirements for increased construction standards and landscape maintenance still is only applicable in very high zones. So all the orange you see sort of on the south end there and off to the west side currently is not, there's no increased requirement for those property owners. It's a designated area, but the requirements are the same for now. So what do these fire maps do for property owners and developers? Well, they serve to identify areas where increased requirements, again, for construction standards and landscape maintenance serve to mitigate the risk of wildfire loss in three ways. One, through building code technical requirements, essentially enhanced fire-resistant materials in the construction of buildings. Two, establish defensible space requirements, which is essentially similar to our buffer zones we created in 2012. It essentially establishes an area around a structure, if it's located in one of these zones, where you have to minimize the potential for fire spread through non-combustible materials and limited vegetation. And then three, through property disclosures. So sellers in areas that are designated would need to disclose the fire zone that they're in, any potential insurance impacts, and whatever maintenance requirements are the potential buyer is subject to. So under the circumstances, the city has to adopt the minimum maps that were provided by CAL FIRE. However, we have the flexibility to make amendments to them if we wish to increase the requirements in any way. And we could do this by either spreading the area or increasing lower zones to higher zones, or by adopting more stringent technical building and fire code requirements. That said, staff recommends that we adopt the maps as is and not to currently make any changes to the building codes due to the significantly increased area that's already been established, and the fact that the 2025 building codes are coming in January, and they will likely have increased requirements anyway. So we in conjunction with OCFA would revisit all of this sometime later next year or maybe early 27 to kind of see where things land in terms of requirements and the increased area, and see if at that time amendments to the maps were advisable. If adopted, the maps would be effective 30 days after the second reading, so right around end of July. And it's also important to note that for property owners and developers right now, the combination of map and requirements is dependent upon the application date of the building permit. So if somebody has an existing building permit today, even after we adopt the maps, they're still subject to the old maps and the current building codes. If they were to pull a permit after the effective date of the maps, but before the end of the year, they would be subject to the new maps, but still the current code requirements. And then if they pulled a permit sometime after December 31st, they'd be subject to both the new maps and the new requirements. Since receiving the maps, we conducted some public outreach. We spoke to some of our major developers and the Building Industry Association with direct communications. We also used city social media platforms to provide informative messaging to the public, and we launched a dedicated web page allowing the public to view the maps and provide public comment on them if they wished. As I mentioned previously, as I alluded to, potential alternatives could be to increase the area, increase the zones in certain areas, or amend the technical regulations. However, again, we do not recommend it at this time, and we could follow up at a later date once everything is settled to see exactly where things stand. In terms of financial impact, the benefit to the city and its residents is a clear net positive, with increased fire protection. Obviously results in a decrease in costs associated with property loss and first responder costs. So I think that's a clear benefit. Obviously there's an initial cost to the builders and the developers, but the benefits are proven both locally and throughout the state. The kind of unknown area would be related to defensible space for existing neighborhoods. We're not really sure what that's going to look like. That'll probably be coming with further legislation next year as well, and there could end up being significant costs to homeowners based on what the landscape requirements are. So the recommended action tonight is to introduce for first reading and read by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, repealing City Council Ordinance number 12-03 in its entirety and adopting an updated fire hazard severity zone map for the City of Irvine. This concludes the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions directed to staff at this time? Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you so much for this. Yeah, I appreciate the need to expand the fire vulnerability areas. I understand we do have better technology and we do have climate change that is causing more drought and creating more fuel. I do want to ask, do we as a city have the authority to reduce the buffer requirements, the defensible space requirements, or does the state dictate that?
My understanding is that comes right from the state government code, okay. So probably not.
Okay, thank you. The only reason that I mention that is because apparently the postmortem from the LA fires, they found that having vegetation around the homes actually didn't prevent the homes from catching on fire. In fact, it seemed to help reduce the fire risk because the vegetation has water in it and the embers would land on it and quench. Instead, the way that the fires traveled to the new homes, to different homes, is they got sucked into the attic vents, and the vegetation doesn't have anything to do with that. But if we can't control that, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Let me ask a question, if I might. How does all this play out with insurance? Insurance availability? Do our homeowners get any credit for all this effort we're undertaking and how diligent we are about it?
That's a great question. And I'm obviously not an insurance expert, but I do have information here, a statement from the California Insurance and Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara. He indicates that the maps do not directly affect home fire insurance rates or the availability of coverage. According to him, insurance companies do not use CAL FIRE hazard maps to set rates or make underwriting decisions. Instead, they rely on their own sophisticated models, which already incorporate many of the same factors as the CAL FIRE maps, such as topography, vegetation, weather, and fire history. So the official answer is no.
I'll add some color to that, though, also.
Please.
The official answer from the Insurance Commissioner's Office may be no. The reality playing out in the actual market represents a different type of environment. High fire severity zones have different types of insurance. They're harder to insure. That's resulted in, for example, the city's Gateway project. We've had to rethink how we're developing that particular project to take into account the new fire mapping. We've also heard from developers throughout Orange County. The high fire maps make certain types of properties nearly impossible to insure. So there definitely will be an impact. There's also impacts on landscape requirements surrounding a home, given the state codes associated with high fire severity zones. All of that needs to play out. It certainly won't make things easier. There's a hope that the new policies that state insurance commissioner is implementing will maybe simplify and mitigate some of the impacts, but it's certainly not going to improve the ability to access insurance for residents living in the high fire severity zones.
Well, because of the mitigation measures that we require or undertake, is the city in a position to help homeowners plead the case for more favorable consideration by insurance companies?
The best way to try to impact and influence that is a lot of the work that we're doing in partnership with a consortium of groups that are advocating for statewide insurance policy changes. Those efforts have been making a difference in California. The state insurance commissioner recently adopted a series of new regulations to try to facilitate expanded access for homeowners insurance. The direct question of whether or not all of the advanced efforts that we've engaged, it's still a challenge. Depends on the insurance company. Some look at every insurance company has different models. So the reality is that if you live in a high fire severity zone, there could be an impact to your ability to access insurance or access homeowners insurance at the same rates that were available prior to the maps coming out.
Well, one thing that I recall is that the LA Times, I think it was maybe several months ago or 6 months ago even, ran a remarkable article in which they identified the city of Irvine as exemplary in providing for policies that dramatically increase the likelihood that your home would not be consumed by a wildfire. Maybe we should make many, many, many copies of that article, which was an outstanding one. I think it was on the front page of the LA Times, as a matter of fact, and begin to help some of these homeowners plead the case two insurance providers. Well, with that, unless Councilmember Liu, recognize you at this time, and then we'll move to a motion.
Thank you. Well, I think the map will help OCFA and IPD come up with better fire prevention and emergency evacuation plans and make our community safer. But with regard to the insurance issue, I did also see the coverage on LA Times, and I believe also on TV, I think it was maybe Channel 7, did an interview with Orchard Hills residents. And unfortunately, I don't think there's much we can do as a city, but if we could consider maybe working with insurance commissioner in other cities with the bigger group of people, maybe we'll be able to band together and do a little more with regard to negotiating insurance. But I do want to also make it known that we've spoken with OCFA and they do offer inspections for homes to make sure that you are more fire safe or fireproof. So if there's any residents out there that's looking for this kind of guidance, it will be a good way to fireproof their homes.
Thank you. Anything further? I'll move staff recommended action, which is to introduce on first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, repealing City Council Ordinance Number 12-03 in its entirety and adopting an updated fire hazard severity zone map for the City of Irvine. Is there a second?
Second.
With the motion and a second properly before us, I see no request from my colleagues to be heard. At this time, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your outstanding staff work. That concludes item 5.3. Now, did we actually take action to remove this
Yes,
from the
both-
agenda item 5.4?
Sorry, Mayor, yes. Item 5.4 was removed during additions and deletions, and item 5.5 was removed through an amended agenda.
All right, 5.5 is removed as well. I think that kind of concludes our work then, doesn't it? Yes, did you want to be recognized, Councilmember Go?
Yeah, I'd like to consider going back to closed session to address the remaining balance of our issues.
Excellent. We were in closed session, which ran a little long, and I think we still have some more work to do. We're in closed session on, would you like to identify the item that we're in closed session on still?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We'll be returning to closed session, resuming closed session for item 1.2, which is a conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The case title there is City of Irvine versus Orange County Transportation Authority et al. It's Orange County Superior Court case number 30-2023-013666419.
I think it's fair to say, in case anybody's here, that it's unlikely we'll have reportable action. Am I correct in that?
Highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely. So those who are waiting for reportable action can go to sleep instead.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we will recess and convene in closed session and come back out to do final adjournment, I hope, within an hour. Thank you very much. The time now is 9:30 p.m. We're good. All right. Having been in closed session, the council's reconvened here at 10:14 p.m. Mr. Melching, was there any reportable action from our closed session?
Mayor, as you promised, there was no reportable action for the second half of our closed session tonight.
Excellent. Motion to adjourn would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Treceder, seconded by the Vice Mayor and Councilmember James Mai. With the motion and the second properly in place and before us, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. The meeting's adjourned.